Again, no mai haere mai. Welcome all to the last Environment Integrated Catchments meeting for this triennium. We've just had an introduction, if you're watching online, to all our science team, the whole organisation almost here in the science team, to present State of the Environment to us today. Welcome to all of you. Welcome to councillors. Welcome to our guests, important ones I see too, some of our biodiversity experts and predator-free experts. So it's really lovely to have you here as well. We actually started our morning already with karakia, so we won't be going through that again, but a little bit of housekeeping. We're being live streamed on Facebook, so if you're joining us live today, welcome, or for watching at a later time. If there's an earthquake, please drop cover and hold. If the shaking's long or strong, please leave the building through the nearest exit and head up towards Napier Hill. It's that way. If there's an evacuation, if the alarm sounds, please exit the building, again through the nearest exit, and meet up on the grass of this corner. Toilets are just down the corridor that way. For our guests, straight down the end and to the right. Are there any apologies today? I haven't received any, Bex. Have you had any? Are there any from... No. Welcome online to Councillor Williams and Councillor McIntosh and Councillor Foley. Conflicts of interest, if anyone would like to declare, or you're welcome also to declare them through the papers if they arise for you. There are none. Confirmation of the 9th of April minutes. I wasn't at the last meeting, so I hope you've had a chance to go through those and someone here could move those, or if there was anything to be amended or issues to be raised. No?
I'd like to move those.
Thank you. Councillor Roadley. Seconder.
Thank you.
Chair Haniwai Ormsby. Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Carried. Thank you. We don't have any public forum speakers today. We do have some community coming in, but they're actually coming in at the end of the day as a formal paper.
Madam Chair,
yes?
Just a note from Councillor Williams that he can't hear anything. Is there any way we can...
Yes, we'll turn on the sound. That probably will fix that.
Last time we had to end the meeting and restart because I think there's been a bit of an internet issue in Hawke's Bay.
Let's see.
All right, everybody, I'm going to end the meeting and rejoin. Oh, you can't hear us.
I'll text you.
Thank you. I think it worked last time.
Okay. We've had an internet IT problem in the building today, so.
Something.
Back on. Can you hear us now? Yes? Yep. Martin? No. Martin can't hear us.
Jock can.
Jock can. Morena, Michelle, can you hear us? Welcome.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's Martin's end.
Martin, everyone else can hear, so it must be your device. So we're gonna leave. No, he can't.
I'll let him know.
Okay, you let him know. Thank you.
Got it.
We'll
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just ask him to rejoin. Yeah, everyone can hear.
Everyone can hear. Okay. So we are going to start today with our State of the Environment report. Before I do, I'd like to welcome Richard Wakeland formally to his first committee meeting in his position as Manager of Integrated Catchment Management. Welcome, Richard. We're absolutely delighted to have you formally in this role. So today's the opportunity to wind up our EICC committee for this term. The State of the Environment report for the 3 years seems like a really appropriate way to do that. And the team have been really honest and clear about the challenges we're facing and the troubles we've had and the impacts from Cyclone Gabrielle. So I'm really looking forward to that conversation, particularly based around the understanding that what happened to this region only makes it clearer how important it is for us to build resilient landscapes. After SOE reporting, we're going to move through that next part that we talked about in the last meeting of understanding the why and the outcomes of the work we do in integrated catchments. We're going to be looking through the suspended sediment monitoring, and it's the way we understand what's being lost from the hills into the river, or more importantly, what's going into the river that should still be on the hills. And that's that last piece of the conversation we had around why we do what we do with erosion planting and why it matters. Annabelle's going to bring the biodiversity program update, and huge opportunity there to celebrate far better outcomes and more work done there than we could have hoped for, which is a high note to finish on. But the end of the day, I hope, will be really inspiring, because two quite extraordinary women are going to finish the day for us, who are a reminder and a picture of what can be actually achieved in this region when people are coordinated and resources are put in the right places towards the betterment of the environment. So I hope it's going to be a fantastic day. So welcome to Simon and your team, but Richard, I might ask you to introduce the paper and then hand over.
Kia ora koutou, ko Richard Wakeland, tōko wingawa. It's my pleasure to be in the role of Group Manager, Integrated Catchment Management, and leading off the introduction of the State of Environment report. Just one apology from the science team before I get underway. Hayley Aotearoa, who is the Environmental Science Manager, is on leave and unable to be here today, and so we have Simon Harper as Acting Science Manager stepping in to deputise for Hayley. I want to start by acknowledging the work of the team. We have an amazing science team here at HBRC, and it's something that our community, I know, is very proud of in terms of not only the quality of the work they do, but actually the depth and detail that they go into in their work, and that their work is incredibly important for this region. There's a degree of, I don't know whether to call it irony, but it's something that an interesting element for me is that many of the scientists who are in the room today delivering this report, many of them weren't actually here when the work started on this report. So I'd actually also like to acknowledge those team members who are no longer with us, who actually did a lot of the foundation work as well. So there was a huge amount of work that's been undertaken over the last 3 years to get us where we are today. And whilst I'm incredibly proud of the team that we have today presenting, I'd also like to acknowledge those that have actually contributed and have actually now gone on to bigger and brighter and different things. But their work should also be acknowledged in this process as well, and I think that's incredibly important for us. So without any more detail, I'd like to hand over to Simon to take us through. Everybody is well aware that we're short of time, so we're going to keep things crisp and to the point and rolling through quite nicely. So thank you very much, and go for it, Simon.
Right. Kia ora koutou, katoa, nau mai, haere mai, and welcome to the 2021-2024 SOE presentation. I feel like Richard's read my introduction, because pretty much everything he said is about what I was going to say.
Sorry.
And that was to make some quick acknowledgements. I do want to highlight that we can't underplay the amount of work that goes into this. I've been doing this for quite a long time. We used to do it every 5 years. Someone had a great idea to make it every 3 years. It is a considerable lot of work. So I did want to acknowledge our amazing team of scientists who spent numerous hours, a lot of time digging into the data to bring you these insights today. One of the teams we haven't talked about too, of course, is our field team. They go out there week after week into the field to collect this data so we can have these insights. And of course, our data management team that bring it together. Richard's touched on some of the people that can't be here, which was Hayley, who's on a much-deserved break that was organised before she started the work here, so it was just bad timing on her behalf. But also, I did mention Todd Redman. Todd Redman is on parental leave. Congratulations, Todd. I know he would have loved to have been here. He's our one and only hydrologist. He would have liked to have been here to present river flows, but he can't be. And on some of those staff that have moved on, special mention to Becky Shanahan, who was part of our project team at the start, trying to pull this together, because we'd learned from last time what a massive undertaking it was. So if Becky's watching this, which she might be, I think Anna Medera Smith said she was going to be watching online. Hi, Becky, thank you very much. Yeah, so the way today's talk is presented, we have got it into groups themed in tuia, so different sections will be talking, and then there's an opportunity at the end of it to answer some questions. We're going to try to manage that as best we can because there is a lot to cover today. We're hoping that at the end of the talk there'll be opportunities for more questions. So that is how it's going to roll. So, what is state environment and why do we do it? At a very high level, ultimately, it's about gathering information to help us manage our region's natural and physical resources. Within our science team, we have quite a number of different state environment networks, and we've been lucky enough to be collecting data for decades. Rainfall, although not directly regional council, some places we have them from the late 1800s. River flows, 1950s, groundwater levels, 1960s. We track this information to see how our resource is changing over time, but more specifically, to track how our resource use is impacting those resources. If we can understand how we are impacting our resource use, we can try to make informed decisions on how to best to manage that. And once we have a plan in place, so that things like your regional resource management plan, your tank, your tuki, we can use our SOE data to inform whether we are meeting those environmental objectives we as a community and stakeholder put forward for our goals. So we're assessing that to go, is it working? Do we need to have tougher regulation or better non-regulatory methods? But it's not just about that, it's going, are the limits that we set, are they appropriate? We might need to fine tune them. So it's not just about checking the health of aquifer, identifying issues as they emerge, act on them early. It's about managing the resource. That's the key thing that we need to be thinking about. I did want to touch on SOE reporting in general across New Zealand. As I said, it's quite a lot of work. Here in Hawke's Bay, we do quite a comprehensive effort. It's done quite differently. How it's reported and the frequency we do SOE monitoring is not mandated. Plan effectiveness and efficiency is. Some councils use a dashboard on websites. Some don't do it in this form at all. Some don't do a technical report, they'll just do the glossy. So here at Council, we do quite a comprehensive analysis of our data in that regard. And I think in terms of our efficiency effectiveness, we'll be looking to go, should it be 3 years, should it be 5 years, what should it look like? Should we partner with a planning effectiveness and efficiency as well to get maybe a bit more out of it. Outside of those things too, we have all our research and investigation programs. They are where we explore some of the gnarly questions like if we take out 100 gigalitres from the groundwater system, what's that's going to do to river flows? Air quality, if you keep those wood fireplaces in place, what does that mean for PM10? So there's different components to our work stream besides SOE. But SOE ultimately feeds into a lot of those, into our research investigations, our models. We use our SOE data. It's extremely important that we collect it. You need long-term time series data to understand how things are changing over time. So long-term's key. Hopefully I'm not talking too fast. I tend to talk really quick, but I'll try to slow down. So what's new in this report? This time we have a dedicated chapter on Mātauranga Māori. This was led by our Māori partnership team and TK. It introduces to the reader key concepts of Te Ao Māori. It doesn't speak on behalf of mana whenua, but it's a step forward in terms of recognising that there are other knowledge systems besides Western science that can be used to help manage our resources. We've also reorganised the way that we present our chapters. So we have done a tuia framework, again, thanks to TK helping lead that. That's guided by a whakatauki that speaks to the connection between these different elements of sky, land, people and water. And of course, we could not forget the defining event within this monitoring period, which is Cyclone Gabrielle. This chapter not only marks the event, but documents the long-lasting impacts that it's having on our environment. To the future, okay, so out of this report, we have close to 100 different recommendations. We don't expect them all to be done. They'll need to be prioritised as to what that looks like. But some of them consist of business as usual, such as continuing our state environment programs or plugging gaps where we need more extra data. Some of them will need to be led by our communities, just as we've done in the past around our planting and fencing of streams. We've had a massive amount of damage to those networks, so we'd like to see changes ahead there. There's a lot of new work that we've put up, and in these slides and our recommendations, you'll see we've touched on some of those. They'll need to be prioritised, and we'll need to seek funding through the RTP. Ultimately, that will be up to you guys and council as to which ones you see as priority. We won't be able to do them all. We're also still looking at our role in preserving and integrating Mātauranga Māori into our environmental management. That has been led by Hayley and the Māori Partnership team too, and it's still in its early stages. And of course, we're taking a step back. We all know that we're going through an efficiency effectiveness process, so we're taking a step back, looking at our science strategy, thinking about where we can make changes and making sure we're focusing on the right priorities in the right places. That's my introduction. Hopefully it wasn't too quick. I'm going to pass over to Dr. Kathleen Kosniak, and she is going to go with the Gabriel chapter now, I think, and I will move out of your way.
Welcome, Kathleen. Thank you, and we're looking forward to your presentation. There's 6 sections that we're going to go through in this report, and we have about an hour and a quarter, which means with questions we only have about 6 or 7 minutes per section. So for you to have time for some questions, there's really probably about 6 minutes for you to do your presentation and take us through our slides. It's not very much.
No.
Then there's time for questions, but if we don't manage that, it'll mean that some of the scientists at the end up with no time.
Yeah.
So my recommendation is that your questions are the ones that are really important to you for each section. And if there are pieces that we'd like to see more of, I'll make some notes and take an action plan that those could come back as specific workshops or to the next committee. So if you can be really aware of that, because I don't want to leave the scientists at the end with no time. So, welcome.
Kia ora koutou. I'm going to cover the sky tour and principally climate in this case. Now, climate is the first and overarching part of a mountains to sea approach to managing the use of our environmental resources. It influences the demand and supply for water, it influences the flow of nutrients and sediment into our waterways, the dispersion of air pollutants, it brings temperatures that affect our own well-being and affect our biodiversity, and also brings winds that generate the swells and waves at our coast. And it's been described as a natural amplifier of the human pressures on the environment, but we know now too that it's facing its own human pressures. We start this topic with Cyclone Gabriel, recognising the huge impact it had on our region, but also on our monitoring network and just generally the results that we got across the 3 years. It brought phenomenal rain to the region, particularly to the East Catchment, where we had about 0.5 metre of rainfall within 24 hours. It contributed to a regional February total that was about 450% of the long-term average for that month. It brought rainfall intensities in the 12-hour and 24-hour periods that were higher than that we saw in Cyclone Bowler. And the whole event really highlighted the value of our network, particularly spatial coverage, because the sort of intensities we saw in the East Catchment just weren't picked up by national networks. It resulted in flooding, which did impact our flow monitoring equipment, but we saw peak flows that broke records at many sites and also had return periods estimated of up to 500 years. It generated a lot of landslips and erosion. It's about approximately 180 million tonnes of sediment was mobilised in that event, and about 5.7 million tonnes of that was deposited in the east floodplains. There were also a significant amount of deposition in the Tutakuri and Ngāraroto catchments. In dry weather and in windy weather, some of that sediment, the dust from it was mobilised, suspended in the air, and that generated some air quality issues. And you could see dust plumes coming out of the Esk Valley from Napier. There was also significant habitat damage to the habitats of birds, fish, and macroinvertebrates. So we saw some declines in their populations But we're also seeing signs of recovery, particularly high in the catchment. The storm caused significant stream bank erosion. It stripped riparian vegetation, and it also deposited sediment in rivers, lakes, wetlands, and the marine environment. It's thought that about, in some parts of the marine environment, we had about 12 centimetres deposited, when only 3 millimetres can impact marine life. Now, the backdrop to our weather over those 3 years was the tail end of what was called a triple dip La Nina. It kind of brings us wetter weather in general. So we not only had Cyclone Gabrielle, wrong cyclone. It also gave us some more extreme events, 2 of which affected the Wairoa area. There was 8 days of rain in March 2022, and that resulted in a lot of landsliding and erosion. Also, towards the very end of the period, we had a combination of rain and high swells that caused flooding in Wairoa. Believe it or not, just in the autumn prior to that Wairoa event, we were getting really dry, and we're actually concerned about drought. Over the 3 years, the annual rainfall of each year, the first and the last year, that rainfall was within the normal range. The normal range would being between 80 and 120%, but was biased on that wet side of that normal range. The year with Cyclone Gabrielle, the rainfall was well above average and pretty much set new records for the region. It was in contrast to the previous three years, really, because our main issue in the previous 3 years was actually drought. So we are seeing these kind of movements between extremes. In terms of temperature, annual temperatures pretty much across the board were above average for the period. But again, that summer that had Cyclone Gabrielle in it, just the cloudy skies, just drew that average to within the normal range, which again is in this case it's 0.5 degrees either side of the average. In terms of trends, we're kind of seeing perhaps some increases in rainfall at northern sites in the Wairoa area. In terms of temperatures, we're seeing about 0.5 to 1 degrees increase in temperatures across 25 years. We're seeing frost days decrease at some sites. We're seeing number of hot days increasing. We're also seeing wind speeds decreasing and potential evapotranspiration increasing. And those sort of trends are in line with what we expect from our the path of the climate change scenario that we're on. Where by 2090, we're expecting temperatures to rise by about 2 degrees. We're expecting annual rainfall to decrease about 10% in some areas. We're expecting our extreme weather events to get more extreme. We're expecting heavy rainfall intensities to increase by about 12%. Hot days to increase, get an extra 2 months of hot days. Also likely to get continue this decrease in frosts and about an extra 3 weeks of reduced grass growth. In terms of the region's emissions, our gross emissions have remained fairly steady between 4 and 4.5 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent. Our net emissions are about 1.5 million, thanks to the forestry that we have in the region. Our main sectors that are our main emitters are agriculture and transport. And over time, we have kind of been doing this for too short a period to establish a trend, and particularly as just about every year that we've been monitoring has been impacted by a kind of a major event, whether it be COVID lockdowns, bovine tuberculosis outbreaks, drought or flood. In terms of the recommendations from this tuia, it's to continue our climate adaptation planning, but also not to lose focus on trying to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions also. It's to maintain our climate monitoring network because it is proving value, particularly that spatial coverage, and we'll just continue to improve our knowledge of what is influencing our extreme weather. And so I don't know if I've left any.
Yes, you have. Well done. Yeah.
Quick question.
Thank-
The explosion of the volcano in Tonga, did it have any effect on our weather patterns?
It can do in terms of just, making conditions a bit cloudier, which can also, help seed some rainfall and just, reduce temperatures. So, large plumes of ash into that can have a global effect depending on how large it is.
Councillor Harding, would you like to make a few comments, being on the Climate Action Committee?
Love to.
About as a regional
fully
picture?
endorse the importance of continuing our climate monitoring, both with adaptation and mitigation in mind. That's a very trite and quick response to a really, really important issue. So I don't think we can do full justice to that in this forum, so I'm not going to bother to say anything more. What I did want to ask was around sediment and trying to understand from a hill country management and the condition of Hawke Bay, how the cyclone event, what's our best understanding at a summary level of the load, the sediment load, and how that relates to our business of protecting the hill country. So our basic tool is the SEDNet tool that we estimate losses from our hill country, and then we manage our interventions around that. So on the one hand, I'm seeing about 20 million tonnes load into Hawke Bay was the estimate. 20 million tonnes. There's an estimate of about, gigatons. The annual load's about 8. And one point, the report said was 20 from that event into Hawke Bay. Another one says 12. How is that? Just explain in broad terms, if you can, how that relates to our interventions, our understanding of and improved modelling of that, and how we should think about these one-off big events as opposed to the ongoing events, please.
I think potentially Ash might be covering that, and either later on in this presentation or he's doing that presentation after this.
Yep.
So he might be best placed to.
And the importance is that we've got to wrap this all into what we do in the hill country to support the hill country, staying in the hill country, and support our farmers continuing to operate there. Thank you.
Thank you. So last question, Councillor Roadley.
Actually, not a question. Can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
Great to see that Cyclone Gabriel not being treated as a single event. That actually it was a massive event, but for those of us in Wairau, it came on the back of a significant event in March 22, and then 12 months where I swear to, all that's holy, that it didn't stop raining for 12 months. And then we had a second massive event. And so whilst our rainfall in that first one you showed, we had those big areas of white, which are in excess of, what are we looking at, 6 metres rain?
Or in
the March 22, and that slide you just showed, huge, unbelievable amounts of water, and then it didn't stop. Yeah. And so we didn't see that huge rainfall in our catchment during Gabriel, but there was just no capacity to act as a sponge in that upper catchment, and it all just ran off. So, yeah.
Yeah, huge. Kathleen, are you taking us into the next slides as well?
I'll pass over to the land. That's Kurt. Yeah, also Kurt coastals.
Is that Kurt? Welcome, Kurt.
Sal is going to be kicking this off.
Kia ora koutou. I'm João Albuquerque. I'm not a scientist like these guys, but I am a doctor, and I am from the assets management and engineering. And I'm here to talk a little bit about our coastal processes, sediment transport, sediment budget, sources, and etc. So, talking about sediment transport, this is more or less what the wave climate in Hawke's Bay looks like. So we have waves approaching from mostly the southern or southeastern directions, and they refract toward the bay. And this kind of wave condition causes the sediment to drift towards the north. And then first thing that happens is if we have sediment drifting towards the north, if you don't have the sediment being replenished by any kind of alternative source, we will have coastal erosion. So this is one of the drivers for our coasts to be shrinking. So this is an example, typical West Shore erosion. And another thing that can happen that can push our beaches towards the land is when we have big storms, we have overtopping of our gravel bands, and the gravel is pushed towards the land. And in terms of sediment incomes, we can have strong wave events and also cliff erosion from Cape Kidnappers. These are our main sediment supplies. So this is what the Marae-Totara river mouth looked like before Cyclone Gabriel and after Cyclone Gabriel. So even though it was a massive, terrible event, like it actually provided a lot of sediment to our beaches. And so basically we have an understanding of what are our sediment sources, what are our sediment losses, the areas of the coast that are accreting, the areas of the coast that are eroding. And in order to help us monitor that, Hawke's Bay Regional Council has a coastal cross-section monitoring program that has been running for decades already. So basically for each of these points that you can see on the map, we take measurements of the cross-sections, and over the years we can look how they are developing either for erosion or for accretion. And also over the years we can have the trends for erosion and for accretion. So in this image you can see like whatever is red is actually eroding, whatever is blue is accreting. And if you compare what we have from 2021 and 2024, I'm not sure if you guys can see, but like our sandy beaches here, for our sandy beaches in Mahia, Mahanga, and here south of Cape Kidnappers, we have more colors of yellow, that means stable, green, that means accreting, and less areas of red, that means erosion, or orange, that means erosion as well. And on the other hand, inside, like from Clifton to Tangoyo, we have more areas of erosion, which are the orange areas. So in terms of context, these years were like we had a La Nina predominance, so we had more northeasterly wind flows and more rainy conditions. So potentially the rain that we had helped the fine sediment to reach our beaches, but not enough sand to nourish our gravel beaches. And the key takeaways from this talk is that we had a slight change for accretion at Mahia and south of Cape Kidnappers, slight change for erosion trends from Clifton to Tangoyo, and we also had about 4 significant swell events that may have caused damage to properties, and also again pushed gravel towards the land.
Good morning. My name's Kurt Barachivi. I'm a land scientist here at Hawke's Bay Regional Council. And today I'll be presenting our 2 primary land science programs, which is the soil quality monitoring program and the suspended sediment monitoring program. Just as an overview for the soil quality monitoring, we monitor a wide range of soil properties across the region, and ultimately we aim to assist in sustaining productivity, maintaining environmental quality, and promoting plant and soil health. So currently on the region, if you look at the map, we have 96 long-term soil quality monitoring sites across the region, and they cover our most prominent land uses. And each year we select which land use we're going to assess, And really it depends on the intensity of use. So for cropping, we're looking at every 3 to 4 years, where something like native forestry, you're looking at 8 to 10 years. So in each site, we collect a wide range of data, including site attribute data, soil classification data, and a wide variety of soil properties linked to biological, chemical, and physical soil properties. Our suspended sediment monitoring program, just a quick overview, was initiated to quantify waterway suspended sediment concentrations and loads, and basically to measure the effectiveness of our land management interventions across the region, things like the Hill Country Erosion Program and targeted tree plantings. The aim, obviously, of those programs influenced the position and placement of our monitoring sites, shown in the map. Each monitoring site has an in-stream intake and an ISCO automatic sampler, which is shown sort of by the photos in the middle of the slide, which is generally triggered by a specific flow or a stage height. When the predetermined flow threshold is breached, the automatic sampler is initiated, and basically the pump activates, filling a sample bottle housed in the ISCO unit, and the samples then combined with flow and sediment gaugings to develop site-specific ratings and estimate annual sediment loads. So on to some key results. In terms of the soil quality monitoring, in terms of the SOE, we provided a long-term overview of the program. In terms of soil carbon, which is shown by the graph in the top right, we can see that soil carbon is strongly linked to land use, with indigenous forests containing the highest soil carbon levels. And as we move through the different land uses that we sample across the region, we end up at cropping, which has the lowest soil carbon at around 2%. And carbon, if we look closely at carbon losses across across cropping land is decreasing at about 1.1% across our various sampling periods. So we're seeing a definite decrease in soil carbon in our cropping land. Positively, however, 85% of our soil observations met guideline ranges for our 6 key soil indicators. Olsen P, which is an indicator of plant available phosphorus, however, remains a concern, with only 42% of our samples falling within our guideline ranges. 28% were below our guidelines, and this is generally linked to deficiencies on pastoral land uses, while 30% of our samples exceeded guidelines, and this is linked to risks such as potential loss of phosphorus to our waterways and also an economic loss to the farmers where they might be over-fertilizing. And this generally occurred on our cropping and orchard land uses. I won't be presenting the SOE results for the suspended sediment monitoring program, as Dr. Eves will be presenting in the next agenda item, but I will be summarising the primary recommendations and actions from each of the programs. So in terms of our soil quality monitoring, the first ones had already been actioned, was the resumption of the monitoring program, where we resampled our cropping land uses this year. The other major recommendations include introduction of new soil tests and additional monitoring sites. In terms of actions and recommendations from our suspended sediment monitoring, we looked at the reinstallation of abandoned sites in key areas as a high priority, and a medium priority is replacing some of the flow triggers with turbidity sensors, and finally sampling the full hydrograph, especially at low and mean flows, to help determine background suspended sediment levels. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go on with biodiversity, then we'll stop and have some questions at that point. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Jess Copsey, the terrestrial ecologist. This is going to be a bit rapid fire because there's 4 totally different components to this.
Excuse me, Jess, before you start, could you just pull the microphone around towards you? I can see people online are struggling to hear the speaker. Thank you.
Does that sound better? Awesome. All right. So there are currently, I'll start with the wetland monitoring program. There are currently 43 wetlands in the wetland monitoring program. Over the last 3 years, 33 of these have been remeasured, most of which were done after Cyclone Gabrielle. 18 out of the 33 showed a decline in condition. Cyclone Gabrielle impacted many of these wetlands, but it was not the main contributor to the decline in wetland health. Modification to hydrology, water quality decline, exotic animal and weed impacts, and percentage of land cover and exotic vegetation and wetland isolation are the main pressures impacting our wetlands. The cyclone exacerbated these pressures, but they are still present no matter what, and they are the strength of those pressures is what's going to determine how the recovery of these wetlands kind of goes on. Moving on to our outcome monitoring. The outcome monitoring program is being done on forests that are managed under the priority ecosystem, which is done by the biodiversity team, which you'll hear a bit about later. At the moment, the baseline data being collected to determine the health of these forests at the start.
Excuse me,
Yes.
they can't see the presentation online.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Getting excited now.
Yeah, thank you. At the moment, the baseline data is being collected to determine the health of these forests at the start of their management, and the baseline results indicate that there is a general lack of recruitment in the understory of our unprotected forests of all but the most browse-resistant species. This is due to ongoing browse pressure from ungulates. Without management of these forests, this will eventually lead to forest collapse. Over time, the monitoring remeasurements should be able to show the positive progress of forest growth and diversity as a result of active management. For our river and coastal bird surveys, post-Cyclone Gabrielle, both river and coastal bird surveys were conducted to compare to the same surveys undertaken in 2021. Across both rivers and coasts, there were global population declines in banded dotterel by 2.5% and New Zealand dotterel by 3.1%. There was a national decline in black-fronted dotterel by 15 to 17%, and a North Island decline in South Island oystercatcher by 43%. On our coasts, there was a decline in pied shag by 42%, black shag by 68%, and pied stilt by 34%. The report indicates that this is representative of true loss and not just that they found shelter elsewhere. Mammalian predator control, weed management, and good river and coastal management to reduce future climate impacts will help these populations recover. And lastly, our dune monitoring. Coastal dunes are naturally uncommon ecosystems and unique habitats for specialised plant species. The start of a dune monitoring program was set up in 2022, starting with Ocean Beach. Healthy dunes are wide and cater to a diverse range of native plant species. In the northern segments of Ocean Beach, as you can see in this image on the left, analysis shows that they are relatively healthy with native dominance and have the greatest width, whereas the southern segments are worse off, being dominated by exotic species and reduced in width. This is due to their proximity to residential areas, roads and farms, and their related activities. Replanting dunes with native species such as kōwhangatara and penal can help increase their width. Installing fencing in problem areas can help to reduce vehicle and stock damage, and continuing to remove weeds will help increase the health of this dune system. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you haven't seen the Ocean Beach dunes lately, it's worth walking right down the end there. They're so different to what they were 5 years ago. They're just beautiful, aren't they, to see? Questions over any of the three presentations, please, or comments? Yes, Councillor Hart.
Chair, a question for Kurt, I think. Soil carbon, cropping soil carbon and an ongoing decline there. Can you provide any more information? How does that relate to the length of monitoring? Is that something that the soils are in terminal decline, or is this an artefact of the way that we sample and the way that cropping changes from paddock to paddock, please?
Yeah, I think, thanks for the question. I think collecting soil data is different from a lot of other sciences. It's not continuous, so we don't have a continuous tab on these things. So it's unique in that perspective. But we have got data all the way back to 2000, and then cropping is the land use that we sample the most just because of its frequency of use and intensity of use, really. So generally, we've just seen a steady decline across all of our sites. And like I said, it's about 1.1% compared. Obviously, some of the sites have been change in land use, but generally over the various sampling periods, which is one of the challenges of soil monitoring, is that we've seen a constant decline, and that's mostly due to the use. So you're cultivating, you might not be putting in cover crops, things like interventions that you want to boost your soil carbon, because I think most growers know that they want soil carbon there, but it's difficult with the normal management of cropping when you're cultivating regularly to maintain that. So, the program that the council supports is Landwise, which is trying to show that the carbon positive aspects of the projects is having cover over the lands as much as you can, and things like that to try and boost the carbon reserves, because you generally see a productivity and a health sort of impact from that.
Okay, thank you. And I was surprised to see that trend, given the growing understanding in the productive community about soil, the benefits of having something live in the soil all the time. So it's a little bit disturbing. Thank you.
I'm just going to take the 2 questions online to finish the session. Councillor Williams and then Councillor McIntosh.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and sorry for talking behind your back, so to speak. The question I had related to coastal erosion, actually, because there's these figures that have been quoted of around 8 gigatons a year of sediment coming out of eroding hill slopes, and yet we had a presentation on sediment migration along the coastline as it affects coastal hazards. So the question is, what do you mean by sediment when you say 8 million cubic meters, whatever it is, a year? Does that include gravel, or is it just what I would call loose dirt?
For Cape kidnappers, you can have both gravel and sand. I think the Malaitotara River is mostly gravel. For our sandy beaches, that would be sand coming from the dunes. And there is one of the rivers, I think it's the Tukituki, I'm not sure, that you have mostly fine sediment. If you look at the plot at the presentation where there's that diagram, you have the sources and the type of sediment as well. But in general, I mean gravel and sand.
Councillor McIntosh? You're on mute, Jock.
Question is similar to Zan's. Soil carbon, is that largely related to cultivation? And if so, that's frustrating, because am I right that direct drilling is just as effective and less costly to do?
Yeah, I think one of the other issues that we've found in the latest round of sampling is that a lot of our cropping lands are also inundated with sediment. So a lot of the landowners either incorporate that or remove that, so that could have an impact on our future carbon sort of stocks. But also we're seeing it's taking a long time to see any changes. So, for example, on the land use farm, where they've already had 2 or 3 years, they haven't really seen a significant increase in their carbon levels, and they're doing it at multiple levels in the soil profile. So obviously direct drilling and sort of low impact are sort of working the lands would obviously hopefully build carbon, but it is going to take time. And like I said, it's one of the challenges with the soil monitoring is that we don't have continuous monitoring. It's really small snapshots in time.
Yes, quite true. And the Future Farming Trust is doing a lot of work in this area, and both Councillor Harding and Councillor Roadley are on that. Can you save yours till the end, because we're going to need to...
This is relevant to this.
Yes, okay. Yeah, you're going to finish up.
Oh, just a very quick one. Just going to your native forest observations, and I just wondered whether there's been any, if you like, cross-reference to the impacts of the decline in understory vegetation to sedimentation and to carbon sequestration. So is there any cross-examination of the effects of this decline in understory?
Not specifically for those things, but really what we're doing is we're going to a lot of places that aren't disturbed, other than the fact that they have got, well, sometimes stock, but just ungulate in general presence, probably deer and goats being the biggest. So it's just a case of you get to site, you deer fence that segment, and then you see what's coming up after it. That's the main focus of the outcome monitoring.
I was more getting at the impact on those other measures.
On those other measures?
Yes.
No, that's nothing.
That's interesting. Thank you. Thanks to all your team. We appreciate all your work. And I think it's Simon's team next.
Is it the river flows, groundwater?
It certainly is.
Good, I was asking what's going on.
It is.
Right. Here we go again. So the team presenting at the moment will be myself. I'm going to be presenting on behalf of Todd. Like I mentioned, he's not here today, parental leave. Tom Wilson, a groundwater quality and quantity scientist. We're speaking on the groundwater quality monitoring results. I've also brought, he didn't probably want to come up, Ahmed, who's our principal modeller, because you might have some questions. Could be possibly around tank, don't know, it could be about modelling, and this is the man who's very good at answering those questions. I thought I'd break things up a little bit and test your knowledge, just to keep things a bit interesting. So you won't see this. I saw Hinawai frowning before, and I think that's probably because the slides don't quite match. This one doesn't match either. So I have a pop quiz for you guys. The first one is, this is what's come out of our water metering report. So the first one I want to ask you is, what percentage of Hawke's Bay's water consents by number are for groundwater permits? Does anybody have an idea or would like to take a guess?
For groundwater as opposed to surface water.
I guess we should be multiple choice. I'll go 80%.
Pretty close, 89%. So, you know, we have groundwater and surface water consents. 90% of that is from groundwater. But there's more on that to come. I've got 3 questions, so not too many. Number 2, on average, what percent of Hawke's Bay's metered, and we capture most of the water use, so it's not all of it, but metered groundwater use comes from the Hiratonga and Ruataniwha plains?
We'll let someone else have a chance, Sam.
Somewhere in the 90s.
Pretty good. Yep, we've got 88%, and, you know, with the margin of error, I'd go about 90%. So most of our groundwater is coming from those 2 resources. They're highly critical. That's where most of the water's coming from. The last question, thought was quite interesting. In the last 10 years, which water year had the highest metered water use?
2020.
2020.
19.
2019, 2020
I'm going home now.
is the one that had the highest.
We're going to get chocolate.
So some of the key messages I wanted to bring from that is that, you know, groundwater is a hugely important resource, but specifically for the Hiratonga and Ruataniwha plains. But one of the other messages that's hidden in there is that it's not just groundwater. Outside of those areas, people are reliant on surface water. So although it's not the same quantity as groundwater, you know, it's vastly important in those catchments outside of the Hiratonga and Ruataniwha plains. That's my pop quiz.
Okay, and remember we have read these slides, so I'm sure there's going to be questions as well.
So I wanted to start off just with a quick overview. Again, I'd like to get to the core reason why we're doing monitoring. So the main reason we collect river level information is to help understand how much we can take from the surface water. And to do that, there's many different ways, but with the river level data, we can understand things about low metrics. And through low metrics, what we're trying to do is preserve specific functions of the river. There's always a trade-off when we take water. Sometimes I think people think you can take things for free. You can't, there's a trade-off. What we're trying to do there is preserve in those low flow areas the aquatic ecosystems. So there are default rules often around the country around how that's done, and it depends on the demand on the system. The more demand on the system, the more costly the type of investigation that goes in place. So for setting minimum flows, they might take a percentage of amount, and same with allocation. But the more demand there is, the higher the percentage they'll take. High flow metrics is just as important. There are other dynamics in place that we want to maintain, not just around the medium flow aquatic systems, but of course we're trying to preserve the flushing flow dynamics. They remove some of the periphyton that grow up in the systems, but also the natural character. You take too much from those high flows, you might not have your braided river characteristics that you want. On top of that, we throw in security supply measures. So through our river flow data, we can figure out how many consecutive days rivers might be on ban, and that's hugely important to irrigators. They don't want to be going on ban too long. That can be a detriment to their crop and their economic return. So all that's got to be thrown in together with your cultural, with your social impacts, to battle it out and determine what is the best allocation regime for those rivers. And it varies from river to river, from region to region, depending on that demand-supply balance. There's no fixed hard rule on how it should be done. Also, our river level data is vital for calibrating models. So our surface water models need them to go, are we finding a match? Are we getting those properties right? So, in Todd's report, what was assessed? Well, we looked at the flow conditions for the 3-year period, 21-22, and compared that to historic flows, just to get an indication, were things low, were they high? It's a bit similar to the rainfall report. We also looked at the peak flow and flood frequency estimates that were provided by Cyclone Gabriel that we got through NIWA, produced high flow and low flow metrics for all of those rivers across the region, documented the history as well of those flow sites, and did some trend analysis on those low flow and medium flow characteristics. That's an interesting one. It's not always easy to pick up some of those trends. Doesn't mean they're not there. Sometimes you might need higher frequency data. We saw some declines in Awanui and the Iron Gate, but not too many elsewhere, which is interesting, I say, because with our groundwater modelling work, we're indicating that we are having quite a severe impact in some of those streams through groundwater pumping and surface water pumping, but we can't detect it. So the key takeaway, which is really the story of this whole 3-year period that we've been looking at, is that 2022-2023 year. On the graph there, on the maps there, I've got a plot of the 7-day mean annual low flow for the 2021-22 year, 22-23, 23-24, and I've bolded the one.
That's a good toilet.
Sorry, I missed it. And bolded, and what it shows is that, it wasn't just concentrated, as you know, it was across the whole region. And the year before, we sort of had below normal levels, and then back to almost a normal site we had. This area through here is Karama and Pakawa. Don't know the reason. It could potentially be Karama is very intensively pumped through the groundwater system. The Pakawa one's a bit interesting and might need a little bit more investigation as to what's going on in there. Probably can't see me pointing, sorry, on the screen. Another way to look at it too is this hydrograph, and Todd's picked the Fernhill as a representative site. It's just another way to look at it over time. Again, we mentioned about how, that rainfall kicked in long. It wasn't just the event. It happened a long time before. And you can see at the top bit there in the red, which is the 2022-23 line, that, we had record highs going on in November, December, January before cyclone hit in February. Everything was saturated, and we can see that in our river flows in those other 2 years pretty much fluctuate around the long-term average there. Moving into my favourite topic, groundwater levels. Again, similar to surface water. And the core reason we do it is to manage how much groundwater we can take from the system. It is hugely complex. The more I get into it, the more I realise how complex it is. You start talking to environmental lawyers and everything that gets weighed up, planners, and you just go, well, there's so many things to consider. But one of the things groundwater levels can do is a bit of an indicator. It can tell you where you're having problems with security of supply. Classic cases in our region are Bridgepa, Tikakeno, so in those areas we have shallow wells. So our levels can indicate where you might see exacerbated concern from residents that don't have very deep wells. With stream depletion, we've known the connection for a long time. It's only in recent times through our modelling work and having lucky enough to have staff that are expert in those fields to model how much that's causing declines in flows. Another one we use level 4 as an indicator is sea level intrusion. We're very lucky at the coast here. We have like a 7 to 8 metre head of level. That means our groundwater level is pressurised to 7 to 8 metres above the land surface. That provides a good protection. It means that seawater freshwater interface is quite some distance away from the coast. Obviously, as a management objective, we don't want to lower that below land surface because that brings that freshwater interface inland. And again, back to models, huge groundwater levels, you can barely calibrate them without having those those models. You can barely calibrate them without having those groundwater levels as targets. We are one of the few councils that have a dedicated groundwater modeller in-house. It is the best tool in my whole time that I've been here. We're doing an amazing job with the models that we're creating. They're answering the most complex questions, maybe not like what you like. You know, we do uncertainty analysis around them to give you an idea of how confident we are. And on there, what did we assess? Again, groundwater level conditions, similar to river flows, whether above or below normal. Long-term trends, not surprisingly, we do see a lot of trends, declines, and that's, you know, as you increase more pumping, you get more and more declines, and that's spread out all through Hiratonga and Ruataniwha. Some of them we think may be driven by river engineering, some of them we think are driven by pumping. One of the other things we did, which for the very first time, which I'm super proud of with the help of Tom, we worked on it together, but also Ahmed developed an amazing script to interrogate our water meter use data. So we've been able to do a summary of the actual water use data in each of the catchments over time for both groundwater and surface water. This plot here shows, and I've used the Hiratonga Plains as an example, it shows the groundwater level conditions. I use an example because it's pretty much the same pattern whether it's Hiratonga or Ruataniwha. Each of those dots represents a monitor well. Blue means it's slightly wetter, red means it's lowest ever, to give you a picture of what it looked like over those last 3 years. As you can see, the 2022-23 year stands out. Again, that's late spring, summer and autumn was when we were seeing those record highs. And that was mainly driven by the rainfall, as Cosy had mentioned, intense rainfall, but also through intense rainfall means reduced water use. I love this plot. This is a plot of monthly water use, and you can really see that low area through here where there was hardly any use. That was not just the rainfall, we had the flooding, so you can see there's a little bar graph there in February where a lot of wells got knocked out and the water use declined even further. That is me for the quantity and river flows. I'll let Tom stand up.
Thanks, Simon.
Simon? Hi, my name's Tom. I'm a groundwater scientist. Today I'm going to be talking about groundwater quality data. So groundwater chemistry samples are collected and analysed quarterly from 90 wells in one spring around Hawke's Bay on an ongoing basis. The analysis presented here uses data collected from these sites over a 5-year period from the 1st of July 2019 to 30th of June 2024. So overall groundwater quality in Hawke's Bay is generally good, with no detections of heavy metals other than arsenic, which I'm going to talk about in a moment, and no positive detections of pesticides from the National 2022 Pesticide Survey. The figure that we've got on the left here shows the proportion of wells of those sites that I mentioned that have 5-year median concentrations that exceed the maximum acceptable value, or the MAV, for their respective species. So those limits are relative to the New Zealand drinking water standard. So starting up on the top left there, we've got arsenic. So about 3% of the sites in Hawke's Bay had a 5-year median that exceeded the threshold for arsenic. So these are in areas that are known to have naturally high levels of arsenic. The next graph across on the top right is for E. coli. So 75% of, and I'll step back, this is showing wells that had one or more exceedances over that 5-year period. So 75% of wells in Hawke's Bay had no exceedances. So for those wells that did have positive exceedances, they primarily came from wells that were either less than 10 metres deep or experienced case arising overtopping during or after Cyclone Gabrielle. And it's important to note with these wells as well that they're not drinking water wells, so they're not treated. And this really highlights the vulnerability of shallow wells to land use impacts. Okay, turning now to manganese. So 10% of the sites shown here had manganese
5-year median manganese concentrations that exceeded the MAV for manganese. Manganese is naturally abundant in many aquifer materials and is rarely of anthropogenic origin in groundwater systems. So it is likely to be the case for us that it isn't anthropogenic. Turning now to nitrate. So there's one site in the Ruataniwha Plains that consistently exceeds the MAV for nitrate nitrogen. And this well is relatively shallow. It's about 15 to 16 metres deep. And it has, where's my place here? The landowners are aware of this well, that there is an issue here. All of the surrounding consent holders are compliant with their consent conditions. So it's an area of interest that we'd like to look into more, possibly. So in terms of land use impacts, although drinking water quality in Hawke's Bay is generally good, land use has caused nitrate levels in groundwater to increase in both the Ruataniwha and Hiratonga Plains. In some locations where surface water bodies are fed by groundwater systems, such as parts of the Tuki, increased groundwater nitrate concentrations may negatively impact aquatic ecology. So the figure that we've got on the right here shows the trend directions for nitrate concentrations at sites that have statistically significant trends across their whole records for each respective site, and mean 5-year median concentrations that exceed half of the MAV, which is also the trigger level for the Tuki catchments in Plain Change 6. So we can see here predominantly an increasing trend in the Ruataniwha Plains for sites that already have reasonably high nitrate concentrations. So that's kind of highlighting a potential emerging issue there. And that's it for me. Thank you.
I'll quickly go through some of the key recommendations. Obviously, I'm a huge supporter of these groundwater and surface water models. I think that we need to continue on these directions. They answer our big curly questions about, if we want to allocate more water from our systems, what's that going to mean for flows? We're only in the stages of developing solute models, so that would help answer questions around nitrate. Expanding our surface water monitor network, when you do a model, it's almost like doing a gaps analysis. You identify where your data sets are, what's missing, what's the problem with them. For us, we would love to see expansion in terms of monitoring those gain and losses. I mean, most of our water for the Hiratonga comes from the Ngātaroto, and you would have heard that the other day in one of the talks with Lincoln Agritech. I'd love to see an increase in resourcing for our field teams. We really do a pretty good job in the Hiratonga and Ruataniwha. Our strategy outside of that is limited to one or two wells in areas. It would be better if we could do more synoptic surveys and do a widespread survey of conditions maybe once every 5 years, but we need resourcing to do that. Vulnerability assessment, we talked about E. coli. That goes back to, where are our systems more vulnerable? Last assessment was done maybe in the mid-2000s in the RRMP. There's a drastic map there. They help inform plan changes in terms of what activities are you willing to risk in terms of those areas, so an update in that area. And of course, age dating is really vital for understanding how long is it going to take if we make these action plans, before we see recovery in nitrate in certain areas. Is it 40 years, is it 20? The more of that information we can collect, the better. As well, and the more precise it becomes around reducing uncertainty. I flew through that because I was worried about I was concerned that, so hopefully we're okay there.
Not too bad. I think with the whole conversation that's taking place now around the water conservation, water usage with our storage opportunities, this work's of course going to become, I hope, better resourced by association, which will be leading to more possibilities in what we can measure and what we can see over time. So we have Chair Ormsby and then Councillor Williams.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and through you. Thanks, Simon. I need to work on my poker face a bit more.
I could see that.
But just around where our monitoring systems sit, So do you have a roundabout percentage number of how many sit in sort of public versus private spaces? And just expanding on that, in the recommendation you have about expanding surface body monitoring sites, would they lie more in public or private?
Usually traditionally they were private, so in the early 90s when the regional councils were formed and the RMA was put up, there was this big expansion of monitoring programs and, this a significant outlay of cost to set up networks meant that we relied on private wells. Over time, we've been moving towards more council-owned assets. There's a number of good reasons. One's access on the side of the road. They're quick to measure. When you change hands, people sometimes say, we don't want you monitoring anymore, and you lose those vital long-term data sets. I'm trying to get, as I talk, I'm trying to think percentage-wise. I can't think of the top of it. Do you think it's mainly private or mainly?
I'd say mainly HBRC owned.
Mainly HBRC owned now for the wells. An expansion of surface water monitoring sites. It's not so much an expansion of long-term monitoring sites. Those gaps in our surface water network are really around where the surface water groundwater interaction occurs. And that can be addressed through concurrent gauging. So you go out as a field team on a day, all measure at the same time. So you don't actually have to have the infrastructure in place to do it. We did talk about, whether it was possible in that major recharge area to have a long-term site at Ohiti and one at Fern Hill. But, talking to Todd, there's a lot of work in maintaining those sites that might not be viable, but we can still capture those fluxes over time just by doing ongoing concurrent flow measurements. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
And Councillor Williams, last comment or question.
I think it's a bit of both. I'm very interested in this issue of trends. In particular, those pie graphs or the graphs are on the back end of the report, just snapshot in time. You just mentioned trends increasing for the Ruataniwha, which is actually the only regulated place with regulation from this council this century, which kind of makes me... that increasing trend, did I take you to mean that the increasing trend was a negative one, that there's more non-compliance than there was? And if so, what does that say about our regulatory interventions and being effective at actually driving positive change? Have you got any comment on that? That's first question. Second question, could we include trend information somehow in each of those pie graphs at the end, even just for like an arrow since last report, because otherwise you're just reading snapshots in time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. I'll start with the first one. So regarding whether in the Ruataniwha Plains, which is the only area that has policy that's been put in place to mitigate the impacts of land use on groundwater nitrate concentrations, a consideration is the nature of the aquifers in the Heretaunga Plains versus the Ruataniwha Plains. So the Ruataniwha Plains is a lot of highly transmissive gravels, as there are in the Heretaunga Plains, but there's a lot of shallow wells there, and there's also a large unconfined area. So what happens in those unconfined areas is that you have anoxic conditions, so microbes in the ground preferentially use oxygen as an energy source, whereas when you get anoxic conditions in confined aquifers, they start feeding on nitrate and you get denitrification occurring, and that causes your nitrate levels to decrease. So when you look at Heretaunga Plains on that map, so I plotted it relative to the half MAV for nitrate nitrogen. If I were to do that relative to the reference conditions for anoxic nitrate, relative to New Zealand reference conditions, it also shows a increasing trend. So I suspect that it's not so much a reflection of policy we implemented it here and it didn't work, versus Heretaunga Plains, it doesn't seem to be a problem. I think it's probably more reflective of the different types of aquifer conditions that we're getting. So we are seeing degradation across both.
Brilliant. Thank you, Tom. And that might be a topic that we wanted to have more discussion on at a further date because it's really significant. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, team. It's the freshwater and marine water quality and ecology. Sandy and Georgina and Andrea.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Sandy, and we are looking at the state of our streams, rivers and lakes in Hawke's Bay, together with Ari and Vicky. We've got 93 state of environment sites in streams and rivers and 11 lakes that we monitored. And at every one of the SOE sites, it's a bit more than 20 variables that we measure. So it was about 2,000 data sets that we had to put into context, analyze, and look at. And now the challenge is to wrap this up in 5 minutes. We look first at water quality. We can see that E. coli concentrations, the graph shows the 93 sites in percentage, so 100% is all sites. We can see that E. coli concentration is quite high at most of the sites, so we've got 30% sites that have low E. coli concentration, but more than 60% have quite high concentrations, and E. coli is just an indicator that there are bacteria around and some of them could be harmful, so it's about the risk here. Looking at the next two variables that we measure, that is nutrients. Phosphorus and nitrogen in its dissolved form, so these ones are directly fueling algal and aquatic plant growth. And we can see that phosphorus is quite widespread in high concentrations, and nitrogen, that has a bit of a different color because nitrogen is not in the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, so we fall back onto the NZ guidelines. So that looks a bit different, but we can see that a lot of sites have high nutrient concentrations, which means that algae and macrophytes grow quite prolifically. Nitrogen, the dissolved form, has several chemical compounds, and two of them, that's nitrate and ammonia, and that can become toxic at higher concentrations. And we can see that in Hawke's Bay, we barely have any problems with toxicity. So that is below the level and protects our aquatic organisms. Still, the macroinvertebrate community is quite impacted, and we can see that 80% of the sites have fair or poor condition. The macroinvertebrate community is quite diverse. We've got a lot of species in there that have different tolerances. So some of them are very sensitive species, and they would be the ones that drop off. And we can see that they're indicating that the life supporting capacity is not there at pretty much 80% of our sites. There's a poor community. The macroinvertebrate community is quite a complex factor, so it's different stresses that come to them. We know it's not toxicity, but one of the things is that nutrients are too high, and if we've got a lot of algal growth, that smothers the habitat. And we've got aquatic plant growth that grows through the channel. If they are excessive, then they use up oxygen at nighttime. So we have quite low oxygen times in particularly lowland streams, and that would be impacting the MCI. There is other factors as well, that is sediment. This one is about a third of the sites have quite high sediment, suspended sediment. But then there is another part that I can't talk about right now, that's the deposit sediment, so it sits somewhere and smothers habitat as well. Temperature is something new, so we have now 5 years together where we've got temperature loggers out there, so we've got continuous measurements over the summer at our SOE sites, and what came out of there is quite sobering, that the temperature is way too high for aquatic organisms. The yellow means several hours per day in summer, the temperature is above 21 degrees, and the red means above 25 degrees. This is way too hot for fish or macroinvertebrates. And just going more into that, these are kind of just some extreme examples. The Mohaka, above our state of environment sites, there's quite a lot of forest cover that is reflected in cooler temperatures, and the Wairoa, or particularly coastal lowland streams, get very, very hot and above 21 to 25 degrees in summer. We can see on the left-hand side two examples. What is lacking is riparian planting that would shade the stream and keep the water cool. But this goes also hand in hand in general with habitat. So it's still the riparian condition is probably something that has a lot of effect on what health our streams and rivers are in, because the riparian vegetation also holds the stream banks. We've got less slumping of the stream banks and deposited sediment. It provides shade and therefore shades out prolific macrophyte growth or algal growth. And also it provides complex habitat. So that's something we definitely need to work on. And I'm aware that a lot of landowners do amazing mahi and plant and fence streams. But at this stage, the proportion or the scale that is being done, we cannot measure the footprint yet. So it's great to see that happening, but we can't pick it up at our sites yet because it's just not that scale. Moving on to the lakes, so we've got 11 lakes that we measured. 6 of them are deep lakes and the shallow lakes. We've got 5 shallow lakes monitored, and we can see that the shallow lakes are in a worse state than the deep lakes. One of the major problems is nutrients again. So nutrients running off the land into the lakes, fuels algal growth, or also excessive invasive species of plants. If we've got algal blooms in a lake, it becomes turbid, and this is a state that is really hard to reverse because that shades out the aquatic plants that usually keep a lake healthy. What we found is quite exciting. Kakahi in 4 of our lakes, in Opuahi, Waikupiro, Tutira, and Rotonuiaha. We don't know that much of the structure of the population, so if we want to keep them safe, and we know that these deep lakes are in a critical condition already, we really need to do something about the nutrients. And this means not that the lake is not receiving so many nutrients, but also that somehow these nutrients sitting in the lake gets processed, because rivers flow through and transport it out to the sea, but lakes, it's just like a bathtub. It accumulates nutrient-rich sediment, and that's sitting there for years and decades. So there's different tools that we would need to do depending on the lake. They are quite type-specific, and what we can do there differs from lake to lake. Fish, now we've got new data for that one as well, because we've got this amazing tool of eDNA, so picking up environmental DNA of species. We are quite limited in the normal fishing protocols, how we pick up the species. There are quite a few species that are quite cryptic, and we cannot really catch them. And this eDNA opened up just a much wider data set that we've got about fish. So we've got 19 different fish species in Hawke's Bay, half of which are nationally at risk. Almost all of them are migratory, so they need access between sea and freshwater, and fish barriers are a big problem. They need the free accessibility. What we found, just 2 highlights, is the lamprey. We don't know much about the lamprey and where it is, so eDNA helps us now detect and understand what the habitat is, where we find them and what they need. And also the jaw cockapoo was not known to be in Hawke's Bay at all, and we found them somewhere. The flip side of this is they are so rare, we only pick them up with eDNA, meaning that we're not providing the habitat and the access for the native species yet. So that is something to work on. And the species have quite different demands on habitat. So some need clean gravel, others need cool water temperature, others need cover from riparian vegetation to have cover and terrestrial input. So these are all things to work on for the at-risk species. It's great when we enhance the habitat and get the water temperature down and help the fish there. But as long as we have these barriers, they won't be able to access it. So this is kind of one of the critical and first things that we have to do, that they can actually go up. And this is one of the fish remediations that we've done this year. So in terms of recommendations, reducing nutrients coming into lakes is important. Support the native fish by providing habitat and getting rid of fish barriers. Then looking at nutrient enrichment, where does it come from? And how can we reduce that and continue the fencing and planting and erosion control that has started in the catchment groups?
Thank you.
Moving on to the coastal environments. Kia ora, I'm Georgina Flowers. Now, the coastal environments of Hawke's Bay are being exposed to numerous human-induced stresses. As a result, elevated nutrients are evident, particularly across our estuarine sites. In this graph here, we can see that in Ahuriri, concentrations of dissolved reactive phosphorus are extraordinarily high compared to the New Zealand median. Across our nearshore sites, poor water quality was also particularly evident at Awatoto and Homoana, where concentrations of nitrogen, chlorophyll, and fecal bacteria often exceeded guideline values. Sediment is also still a prominent stressor in our Hawke's Bay coastal environments. We can see here that our suspended sediment levels across our estuarine sites are also often above that national median level. High rainfall events are also increasing the amount of sediment and nutrients entering into our coastal environments. And this is likely leading to some of these peak suspended sediments we're seeing, such as in the graph here. Following Cyclone Gabrielle, excess runoff of sediment was even visible through satellite imagery. Moving on to estuarine ecology, the animals that live in the sediment play a really important role in maintaining the functionality of our estuarine ecosystems. However, they are incredibly sensitive to changing environmental conditions. Moderate mud was evident in our lower to mid Ahuriri estuary sites, and these typically have relatively diverse communities. Meanwhile, in the upper Ahuriri estuary, site F, and in fact across all our other estuarine sites, the sediment is a lot muddier. At these sites, the median sediments exceed 25% mud, meaning that they typically have reduced diversity of organisms living in the sediment. These results also align with our benthic health modelling that show that sedimentation is exerting moderate to very high levels of stress on our benthic communities.
Kia ora, I'm Andrea, and I'm going to present the state of the marine environment.
Thank you.
We monitor the intertidal reefs at 3 sites of the Hawke's Bay region. The intertidal reefs have 3 particular zones. The low tide is characterized by a healthy macroalgae cover, especially Temahia and Kairako, but Harding Road is one of the most disturbed zones, so this is dominated by the invasive kelp. Temahia and Kairako are covered by seagrass beds that are in a good condition. And the upper zone is very similar across the 3 sites, where it's low diversity, even that is covered by mostly bedrock and sand. And very few species can tolerate the extreme conditions of the upper tide zone. In general, the intertidal habitats are showing resilience across over time. However, they are still vulnerable to climate change stressors and human activities. We also monitor the subtidal habitats in 2 significant areas for conservation, Wairoa Hard and Clive Hard. These 2 show different topography and substrate composition. While Wairoa Hard was predominantly flat with cobbles and sandy sand spaces, it was also covered by coralline algae. In contrast, Clive Hard was more complex topography, and also the kelp forests were more abundant, as you can see in the videos. The species associated with these 2 reefs were 2 worms and sponges for Wairoa Hard, whereas fish and crayfish were more abundant at Clive Hard. And these surveys have shown the importance of these habitats for fisheries and other macroinvertebrates. And the recommendations for our coastal and marine areas is to reduce the sediment inputs into the coastal areas, continue the monitoring of the seagrass and subtidal habitats, given that these provide particular environmental services and ecosystem, and also establish an effective coordinated land-to-sea management. And any questions?
Thank you. I don't want you to think that we devalue the work by how quickly we need to do it in, because all of this work is so critical to everything we're doing. The videos were beautiful. Where is the Clive Hard?
It's out of Cape Kidnappers, so it's all around that peninsula.
It's beautiful.
Yes, it's very complex habitat and a lot of fish diversity.
But gorgeous to see a piece of it. Some questions or comments? Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks. Yes, a question related to sediment and the susceptibility of animals to sediment. Given that we have it coming down all the time and catastrophically at times like Gabrielle, but also in a normal flood you'll see quite a bit at Ahuriri, for example, and so if sediment's happening all the time, I'm sort of surprised, crudely, that we have any animals, but they do seem to survive, those ones that are vulnerable. How does that work?
Yeah, so when the large sediment depositions like what happened after Cyclone Gabrielle, they are quite detrimental to a lot of the communities living in the sediment and estuaries. Like what was said earlier, it can take as little as 3 millimetres, and I think in the Waitangi estuary between Gabrielle and November, there was over 100 millimetres of sediment that were deposited at those sites. So the organisms that we're seeing in the estuaries, they are often the ones that are actually more resilient to the sedimentation and to being under these disturbed environments. However, because we have these larger mud contents across our estuarine sites, this means that the sensitive species, a lot of which play important roles in bioturbating and helping to maintain the functionality of our ecosystems, those are the ones that are being lost. So while we still have some, not a huge amount, they are just the more tolerant species that are often living there.
Sense, yeah.
Kia ora, Chair, and through you, a question I think probably for Sandy. MCI versus QMCI, I just picked up on the graph that if we're looking at what good looks like, or great in, well, I think it was great in QMCI terminology, there's a massive difference between what we rate as the top and MCI versus the top. And look, the size of the chunk for QMCI was massively bigger and proportionally much larger. Can you just, in a couple of seconds, explain how we should think about that?
Yes, sure. So MCI is just the presence absence of species that have a tolerance value. So the more species we have present that are more sensitive, the higher the score. QMCI also takes into account how many individuals of those species are present. So it takes the abundances into account. And this is quite an interesting one because it's harder to interpret. There are some species that occur at one site particularly and in incredible abundant numbers, and you may have quite a low species richness, but those ones get just bumped up by being present at higher abundances. So you have to look at those taxa lists probably completely separately and make different context with it. The MCI is probably the easier one to say we've got a more diverse community that has a certain resilience. The interesting thing is that the QMCI, so the abundances, was the one that we could see the cyclone impact much clearer than the MCI. So if you look at impact sites or downstream, upstream of a point source pollution, this is when you use the QMCI. So it's probably different context that you make with these two indices. But as I say, some of the sites that we knew were extremely impacted by Cyclone Gabrielle didn't show anything in the MCI, but the QMCI was the one that recovered because then the abundances came back.
So I think we need to understand both and look at both of them. Yeah.
Look at both, yeah.
Not be complacent about what either one's telling us. But the point being that it's the best place, or I found as the shorthand is like, it tells you what's actually living, because ultimately what we're doing is trying to create space for things to live and thrive. And so that measurement, the macro invertebrate community index, I think, bugs and things.
Bugs and things, yes.
More the better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandy.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Michelle. Kia ora, Michelle.
Kia ora. I just had a question for the lady who's been speaking, kia ora, about the MCI. My understanding is the more sensitive species, if you have the more sensitive species, that means that the water is in a better condition. Plus, the fish species also eat, they need those species to survive. So you might have a higher number, but they will be the species that are hardier. So the more sensitive species tells us that the water quality is better, not necessarily a large number of species that are more sort of, hardier and can handle it, but it's a good example of degradation. And I saw that in the graphs there when you showed the MCI. So am I correct in saying that I think we need to understand just because there's a lot of numbers, that doesn't mean the water's healthy. It depends on the species themselves of MCI.
Yes, that's correct. The QMCI is just adding the abundance to the sensitivity score. So it's just this additional one. So in the end, if you've got just 3 species and 2 of them are in high abundances, then you've got an extremely high QMCI score. But the MCI wouldn't be that high because you only have 3 species. So it's just that step above. So the QMCI is calculating, is that a sensitive species and is it in high numbers? So
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the air we breathe. That will be you, Kathleen, will it? Great. Oh, we're doing Mataranga. Sorry. Are we? Yes, Mataranga Māori.
Tony. Oh, were you going to say it first? No, you're all good. It sounds like there's sound coming out of it. Okay, kia ora, I'm Tony, I'm the science translator. So this is a video that the Māori Partnerships have developed about Mātauranga Māori, which is something that we are trying to incorporate more into our processes, but we have included a chapter on that in this SOE as well. So this is TK and he'll be summarising it in the video that I am about to play. I did notice there's no sound. Could be a problem.
Could you lip read?
Being the translator.
Translator.
Like a little puppet. Hard to translate those words.
Interesting.
Makes so much sense.
No, this is the perks of integrating a video into a PowerPoint presentation, unfortunately. So basically, TK is just summarising what Mātauranga Māori is and its purpose and how it can be integrated into or cooperated with our Western sciences as well. A few examples of this are the celebration of Matariki, but also the integration of the Maramataka, which is the Māori calendar, and using that to maybe look at how we can plan our restoration efforts. This video is on our website and also on our Facebook page, so I do recommend going and having a look at it there. But seeing as I can't get the sound working, I will leave it at that and I'll pass over to Jeremy for our air quality.
Thank you. We'll have it circulated to you.
Kia ora koutou, my name's Jeremy Cadgen, I'm the air quality scientist here at HBRC, and I'll be talking to you about a few slides on air quality, and in particular I'm talking about particulate matter, and as you can see from the infographic there, we're talking about really, really small particles that are in the air, and they can penetrate deeply into our respiratory systems and impact our health. In Hawke's Bay, we have 3 airsheds in which we continuously monitor PM10 and PM2.5. So that's PM10 is 10 microns or less, and 2.5 is even smaller than that. And we measure these results against the national environmental standards in the RMA and also World Health Organization guidelines. And the main issues we have in these airsheds in Napier and Hastings is residential and outdoor burning, and then in Aotearoa is more industrial and natural sources of particulate. So for PM10, we have the National Environmental Standard as a daily limit of 50 micrograms per cubic metre, and we're allowed 1 exceedance per year. And the goal that we've been trying to achieve is no more than 1 exceedance per year for 5 years, and then we can classify a airshed as not polluted. So when we look at, first of all, Napier, we can see this graph shows the number of exceedances per year and then the years along the bottom. For the first 10 years, we sort of had around 5 exceedances per year, but through our interventions, it's come down and we've had no exceedances at all since 2018 of the national standard, which is great news for Napier. In Hastings, we historically had a lot more exceedances, so we had sort of between 10 and 20 per year. And you can see in the first 10 years, that's definitely come down a lot. But we, as you can see, with the last 3 years, particularly 2022, we had 8 exceedances. So we haven't reached our goal in terms of PM10 in Hastings just yet. In Aotearoa, we've had monitoring only since 2012, and it's a bit of a different story because it is impacted by the natural sources as well. And in the last couple of years, we had more exceedances, and it was as a result of Cyclone Gabrielle. The silt left behind by the flooding there impacted that airshed for a few years. Now that that's all cleaned up, we expect to see that impact reduced. With PM2.5, which are even smaller particles, we don't have a national standard for that. And so we are comparing it to the World Health Organization daily guideline. And the World Health Organization guidelines were marked as a goal in our last strategic plan to get air quality in the region to meet these. We're allowed 3 to 4 exceedances per year. And as we can see from our monitoring here, same graph of number of exceedance days per year. In Napier, we've got missing data from 2022 and 2023, so don't mistake that for exceptional air quality. We have about 20 to 30 days per year we exceed this guideline. In Hastings, it's more like 40 to 50 days per year where we exceed these guidelines. In Aotearoa, we don't see very many exceedances, and this is because the particulate there from the natural sources is actually mainly of a larger size, so we don't see it in the PM2.5 monitoring. So key points and recommendations from our air quality state of the environment is that Hastings is still classified as a polluted airshed. There's still a little bit more work. We need to reduce our PM10 concentration so that we can meet the national environmental standards. The goal was to meet these standards by 2020, so we're still trying to achieve that. To meet the World Health Organization targets for PM2.5 will require more reductions in our particulate, and wood burning is a key source of emissions here. And just to finish, the research that has been done all over the world has indicated that there's no level below which the health effects of air pollution do not occur. So every improvement that we make will result in a positive impact on our health.
Thank you.
Passing on to Ashton now.
To Ashton, yeah. We, of course, did have quite a long presentation. I think it was at EICC or it might have been at Council around the particulate matter. And, of course, we had the conversation at RPC last week or the week before around burning and the steps we might be taking around outdoor burning around this matter. So I think we're quite well informed on that. Hi, welcome.
Afternoon all. My name is Ashton Eads, Senior Land Scientist here. I'm going to talk today about land use. So I have 2 land use models. One looks at land use monitoring and one looks at land use change. First I'll go through the land use monitoring one and then we'll have a look at the land use change one. So yeah, those GIS spatial models looking at land parcels. So the first model, the land use monitoring models, provides useful information on resource allocation. This can give us information about industries and sector demand for natural capital. Also looks at density and intensity of land use. So we can use this for environmental settings and limits, as well as investigations into cumulative impacts. It also helps with future planning, so looking at land allocated for growth. The way it works is it looks at the LINS category codes and takes the valuation category out of that, and obviously if you've got a parcel, it'll be under a certain categorisation, whether it's horticulture, pastoral farming, cropping or the likes. There is a process at the moment with Landcare Research where we're looking to adopt a more of a national approach to this. So yeah, we're working on a draft land use management classification system, so I'm trying to embed that now, and the future of this work might hopefully be taken over by central government. So a quick snapshot over the last year, well, up to June 2024. Pastoral farming was our largest land use with 653,000 hectares, or 46%. It was followed by conservation with 460,000 hectares. And next is plantation forestry at 177,000 hectares. I've just got the major players in here at the moment. There's about 20 different categories I use. Horticulture, dairy and cropping are also large industries, but with intensive land use, obviously they don't have as great a footprint. Similarly, manufacturing is our largest sector by gross domestic product, regional gross domestic product, and that falls under industrial land use in this classification. I also report the results by territorial local authority as well as environmental management area, so you can have a look at those areas. It's accurate to 88%, so more of a reflection on the LINS database that's going into it. I've tried my hardest to validate it where possible, but yet, it's impossible to get these things absolutely correct. Land use change is a slightly different tweak where what I do is I have two spatial layers and I overlay the timestamp. So one will be, say, 2019 and 2020. And I look for parcels that have changed their footprint. You can see by the picture here, the yellow dashed line is, say, for example, the original parcels, followed by the subdivision into the red lines. So what will happen in the algorithm is it'll flash up where features don't match, and all of a sudden you can clip out where there are new features. So this gives us a guide to where there's new subdivisions, amalgamations, rural fragmentations, and rural amalgamations. It also allows us to classify greenfields developments and intensification in existing urban areas, as well as look at changes in highly productive land. So over the period 2019 to 2024, there was about 1,000 hectares of greenfields land that was changing use. So about 214 hectares of land. And that use was to a more intensified urban development. Whereas the intensification rate for infill development was 15 hectares per annum. So you're quite a contrast there of where we're building. So it indicates here that there has been a lack of brownfield development and infill housing and medium to high density options for people. And looking at it, when I compare it with the land use capabilities of 1 to 3, which is generally good versatile soils, there has been about 131 hectares converted to urban area over the period. So what does all this mean? It helps with us quantifying the loss of highly productive land. So moving forward, as we implement the NPS HPL, this will be quite useful. It also will help us track the future development strategy, which was just announced earlier this year, and to look at urban expansion more generally. It also gives us good feedback on monitoring unsustainable, unsuitable land use practices, so we can look at where, say, for example, the soils are incorrectly used, or, say, for example, there are hazards. Thank you.
You can say the last section of this chapter is our swimming and recreational spots. We monitored 37 sites across the Hawke's Bay region during our bathing season from November to March. Over the past 5 years, our freshwater sites were suitable for swimming 80% of the time, being Wairoa River, the site which had the more incidences over the period. Our restaurant sites have the poorest conditions overall, and some of the sites have been signposted permanently for risk to health. However, our marine sites are usually in good condition and 93% of the time suitable for swimming, and most of the beaches have never had any exceedances. Yeah, that was all. Quick.
Thank you. What are our own standards, or what are we aiming for in our freshwater? 80% seems low to me. Maybe some people think it's high, but
yeah.
What are our own aspirations?
Oh, actually, not sure if we have like a target, but the freshwater sites are quite hard to keep a good water quality because of the rainfall contributes a lot. So especially freshwater sites and estuarine sites, lagoons. But I'll have to come back to you about it.
Is 80% across New Zealand for freshwater an average standard, or high or low, do you know?
It might be reasonable, but no, I have to come back to you with that. I took over this project fairly recently, so I haven't seen...
Interesting to compare.
Yeah. This year was a little bit of improvement on the freshwater sites, but I think over the past has not been that good. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Harding?
Kia ora, Chair. Just a quick question on air quality and exceedances. I'm just trying to understand the difference in input between residential winter home fire burning versus the commercial, the orchard burning. The commentary in the SOE report is very much driven around urban input, driving exceedances. Is it that simple that that's an invisible overnight problem versus a visible daytime problem, or is it more complicated than that?
I guess simply you could say yes, that is probably the if you looked at the majority of the particulate in the air is mostly from the cumulative effect of residential wood burning. And then, of course, the orchard burning being during the day is a more visible effect. And so, it also provides that, I guess, like visible nuisance to people. I mean, it still does contribute to exceedances, but yeah, I think most of it would be the cumulative residential burning effect.
Thank you.
And especially that's during the evening and the early morning is when we see the lowest wind speeds, so that's when the particulate is able to accumulate as well.
Understood, thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora, Michelle?
But and follow on from that, and as you mentioned, we discussed this in the RPC, and Rex Graham presented the information around green wood burning. First of all, like if you understand wood, green wood and dry wood, there's a big difference. Green wood will smoke, and the majority of that's coming from horticultural sites burning off their green wood after they're changing apple species or whatever it is. And it was quite notable in the photographs he presented that the particulates were coming from there. Then you go on to asking the former CEO of DHB if there were any correlation between that, the burning of the green wood and cases within the hospital that weren't associated with, say, bronchitis pneumonia. And he gave us some figures on that, and there were actually even deaths because it aggravates asthma. So I don't think it's, definitely is a cause. That's one of the causes. The other thing is the regional council stopped funding the clean air, by upgrading fireplaces, and some people have changed to heat pumps. So how are you going to reduce that if you're not assisting in the program that actually reduces that pollution, and the orchardists are still burning their green wood? So the problem isn't getting any less; it's probably getting worse. So are we going to make a real change? And the other thing is that there's quite a lot of information in this report, and it's been rushed through. We're not really having enough time to really consider all the information that's been given to us today. And I do, support your kōrero around, Sophie, about having a workshop on this because it's been raced through. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. I totally agree. It's a huge report and hard to give all the information and have time for conversation as well. So, yeah, I think if there's particular areas that we want to pick up on, I think they need to come back through committee or workshop time. In regards to the Clean Heat program, that's not really a question for this team, but we'll come back to you, Michelle, offline about how that's working. Yeah, so we're plenty over time. We only have the last section, which is our catchments. Yes, Councillor Rodley?
But we're at the end of the section.
Yes, we are at the end of a section. So I think we're going to break for lunch.
Well, I wonder if I could just comment,
Please.
rounding out what you said and what Michelle has importantly said too, that this is just a light touch. We have just literally dug into it, but we will see this resurface in every one of our work streams, and as it comes back into the so what, how does this guide what we do, how does it guide what we plan? Each time that comes back up, we'll be able to really dig back down and how fabulous it would be if we could recall the people who are doing the work, doing the monitoring, to then inform those as it goes through. So I'd be horrified to think that people thought this was a one and done, goes in the drawer. Right. That would be a complete disservice to A, the people who've done it, and B, the value in this information. So just a very...
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rodley. And as Deputy Chair, we've been having conversations with Richard as to how the committees will work and how this information comes and how it can be structured for us to understand what the outcomes are from the work that's being done and the information that's received, so the committee receives more of the information as a outcome-based type of knowledge bank. So I think we're going to see changes in that, in this committee structure or in the way that information comes. The last section that we have is the catchment section, and they have particular all of the northern coast, then Wairoa, so it goes into each catchment. I suggest that we break for lunch, and if you have particular questions on any of the catchments, I don't think we need to go through each one, but if you have a particular question, we'll come back after lunch, pick up those few questions and move on as we have guests this afternoon. Does that suit everybody?
Beautiful, lovely.
Lovely.
As long as
Councillor
we
Curtin,
don't
excellent.
compromise our afternoon's program.
Exactly. So I say we break for 20 minutes for lunch and come back at 10 to 2. Thank you to all the presenters so far, and we will see the last team after lunch. Thank you. This paper with balance our catchments, and Richard is going to sort of field any particular questions on particular catchments. These are in your slide pack. That's the next one.
Simon.
Oh, Simon's going to, and
Collectively,
and I know you've all read them, so I'm not going to go through one by one. I think we just take it if there's particular catchment questions, please. Do you want the slide pack up, or are you going to look at the slides on Stella? Okay, you open it up.
There's so many slides.
Well done, Councillor Roadley. Oh, skim, yeah.
Sorry, drowning in quantity.
Okay, well, I'm going to start with Parongaho.
Good.
And the shellfish gathering, that was my big question. Who'd like to talk about Parongaho?
Science team.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would you like to come up? Who's going to answer that? What I'm interested in is the fact that the non-compliance gone on for so long, over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years now.
So I think that what the question is.
Yes, the question is the Parongaho estuary and this long period now of the shellfish being non-compliant. Are we seeing any opportunity for improvement there, or we know that, as you've explained, it's the estuary, so we have the condensed sediment areas, but it's the worst of all the catchments for that. So as to why, and if we could see what we could do to be seeing improvement.
Excuse me, you need to come up to a microphone.
One of the main reasons for this particular site, unfortunately, we don't have the budget to investigate the sources of contamination, which would be the first thing to do, investigate where is this coming from. But yeah, it's a particular site that has been signposted for continuous risk to health, not only for bathing season, but for shellfish gathering. But yeah, do you have anything to add for the estuary?
I think that's the key thing, is that we need to undertake source tracking and do investigations to find out why. Because the fact that it's been that long for swimming as well, because the shellfish, they're basically filtering the water, and in doing that, they're just picking up that bacteria that we're also seeing in the recreational sites. So the source tracking is what's needed to kind of identify where that high.
And yeah, stop from the source, because if we don't stop the contaminants coming in, then it will be really hard to maintain a healthy habitat. And I think as soon as you stop the contaminants coming through, the environment can recover themselves. But yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Harding?
Kia ora, Chair. And look, I'm going to artfully bring up a question that I didn't get or make a point I didn't get a chance to make before around Mātauranga Māori, but also follow on the shellfish question. So, so in this SOE report, we've essentially been presented a framework around Mātauranga Māori monitoring, but no data. And so the point I just simply wanted to make is I think in the future it's not unrealistic to expect that we will have data, when we do this in 3 years' time. And that data, and I think, and Te Kaha's quite familiar with that process of going from frameworks into data through his experience in the port. What I wanted to talk about specifically was, and that data looks like, things that from a Mātauranga Māori point of view, often it's things that people experience. There's this personal connection with the water, such as can you eat the food? Mm-hmm. So in Ahuriri in 2019-20, we could eat the the shellfish, and then not. I just want to understand whether that's part of a longer trend or whether 1920 was an exceptional year because it was so dry. So, and I was actually quite surprised to see that it was a year in recent history where you could safely eat the shellfish out of Ahuriri. Thank you.
I believe that statement is referring to the fecal the fecal bacteria matter in the shellfish. The other thing that's important for shellfish gathering and whether it's consumable is there's also heavy metal contaminants. And I'm not sure, because I've also recently joined into this project, I'm not sure of the history of the heavy metal contaminants. I know that has also fluctuated over time, I believe, in Ngāhuriri estuary, so that's also something to be aware of when considering whether you eat the shellfish. But yeah, as Andrea said, with different rainfall events, you can get more of that wastewater and stormwater coming into the estuary, so it is likely that with a drier season, you just have less of those contaminants potentially entering.
So in the relatively unlikely event that anytime soon we get a green shellfish in a future SOE report, the public should not take that as an invitation to go and eat shellfish, because they need to think about heavy metals as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Te Wairama, do you want to make a general comment on the Ataranga Māori framework?
Tēnā koe, Councillor Harding, o tira tēnā rā tātou katoa. Hei tāpiri atu ki ngā mihi kua mahia mai kia koutou katoa tuia, ki te rangi tuia, ki te whenua tuia, ki te wai, tuia ki te moana, tuia ki te here tangata, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao. So I just want to support the work of the team and the mahi that they've done in enabling a platform that will better enable mātauranga integration and recognition in our future works in regards to the State of Environment report. I just wanted to highlight that some work has been done by Te Kaha and I acknowledge our Kaihotu Pūtaiao, who is away at an oily bird conference in Palmerston North at the moment. But some mahi by Te Kaha to identify mātauranga monitoring that is happening across the region at the moment and where we can begin recognising it in the mahi that we do. What we did recognise is that we don't have data for the period of the report, so we weren't willing to recognise it in the report just yet, but we wanted to ensure that we had the platform ready for its integration in future reports.
And we'll talk more about that probably at Māori Committee, and you'll circulate the
Mātauranga monitoring report. Yep.
Brilliant, thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Hokianga.
Kia ora. Look, I just want to offer a couple of comments, if I might. On Monday, we had the tangi of my grandmother out at Porangahau, and part and parcel of our ability to host the 500-600 that were in attendance over the 3 days, we rely more than most on that resource in that estuary. To give expression to our manaakitanga, the ability to host and care for people, our aroha, and our ability to maintain our mana. All those are part and parcel of any type of mātauranga Māori. And there's no greater wānanga than a tangihanga. And so I'm using this as an example. It's down in my neck of the woods, not just by birth, but by constituency. And it raises some questions within the people of Porangahau about the state of that estuary, about the state of the mutuawa of the Taure Kaitai. And so it's really alarming to say that there's not enough. There's no budget, there's no resource to actually go and seek out where this contaminant's coming from. So I guess the question is, why? Why isn't there, or how? How do we make that available? How do we make this happen?
Thank you, Councillor Hokianga. I'll let the Chief Executive reply too, but it kind of leads quite nicely into what we're seeing as the 90 recommendations out of the SOE reporting, and you'll notice that many of the recommendations alongside it sits no budget. So this is the conversation that will happen as we move into the next long-term plan about resourcing, around our priorities, around our efficiency and effectiveness, around our core priorities. And those are the sort of conversations and trade-offs and what ratepayers want us to spend our money on, I think will be the answer. But Chief Executive,
You've summed it up very well, Chair. But yeah, that will be the point at which that occurs. I think if there's something urgent during the year, we can always bring it back to council for your consideration.
And I suppose what we hope through the Mataranga Māori framework is that those types of contexts will play a bigger part in our decision-making around what is core, what are priorities, and what are things we aren't willing to do without. So I suspect that's the hope for the framework, that it'll give us a wider picture of how to prioritise.
Absolutely, Chair.
Excellent. A question online. Kia ora, Michelle.
Kia ora. So I follow on again from also what Thompson said in previous councillor, around Mataranga Māori. So Katarinas will probably want to speak to it as well, but it's different to Western monitoring. So, you go all around Hawke's Bay and you take your samples, etc. It's really a hapu-based, whānau-based when you're gathering your data, you need to be talking to the fishermen. The kaimoana gatherers, the mahinga kai people, they will give you the answers as to what they're seeing in the environment, in the tile, in the water. So it's a little bit different, and we've been waiting for years for Mataranga Māori data to be recognised by the regional council. So the answer to that is we've been waiting, we just haven't been asked. And what's happening in one part of Hawke's Bay, that's for those mana whenua to give that information, to get their data together and to get an answer. But the other thing is, I noticed there was a kōrero that, the manamataka and the planting, I acknowledge that if you're going to do some planting, then, if you look at the manamataka and you plant it in line with that, that's a positive thing. But there's also things to do with but if you're looking at flood monitoring, flood protection and monitoring and modelling, if you look at the lunar pool, and we fish based on the moons and the phases of the moon. So if you knew there was a cyclone Gabriel coming and you looked at the lunar phase, you could say, well, that's even going to be worse because it's a full moon. And that makes the tidal pool. There's a whole lot of more information in the world of Mataranga Māori around Te Taiao that hasn't even been touched on yet. So I think, don't underestimate what we know. Because I could give you an example. We talked about what happened in Gabriel and that the mouth wasn't open enough and therefore the river went backwards. We know when the river's not flowing, we can see it as fishermen. We can see you don't go down the river and whitebait if there's no current. There's no current, the mouth's closed, the whitebait swim against the current. You're not going to get any fish, so you don't bother going down there. But the modelers have to wait till they do all the modelling. We can tell you like that because we observed, the tile for centuries. It's just that it's never been recognised.
Yeah.
And so that I think it's about understanding that as well. And what Thompson's talking about, if you can't mahinga kai, if you're putting kai on the table that's making your people sick, that's a bad look for you as mana whenua.
Yeah.
So if we can't manaki our people, it affects us culturally, spiritually. So and of course our health. So I just want to give you a bit of an understanding. It's not something that's just we'll put you in that box and put a few words in the report. It's important. It has a purpose and it's centuries old. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, and I really appreciate what you're saying, and I think at Māori Committee, when we dig more into seeing more of the framework, we haven't seen a lot of it, there's an opportunity for deeper discussion at that point too. So I need a mover, please, to receive the report. Councillor Roadley.
Yes, I'd love to.
Chair Ormsby, would you like to second that? We've discussed the recommendations and how those will be discussed as they come up or as we move towards the long-term plan. Are there any further comments on the State of the Environment report? No? Thank you. All those in favour of receiving the report?
But Martin just put his hand up.
He did. Martin, thank you. Councillor Williams?
Oh, look, just to say, firmly tongue-in-cheek, that it's quite obvious from this report that there's really no use in regional councils.
Councillor
because
Williams?
all we do...
Councillor Williams, can you lean closer to your microphone?
Yeah. I was going to say it a bit tongue-in-cheek. I mean, this just shows the importance of regional council work, right? And, you know, we're dealing with the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the soil we grow our food on. And I'm just really making that point to underscore there seems to be a value proposition challenge amongst some sectors of government as to the work that regional councils do. It actually matters a hell of a lot, and I just think what the staff have put together here is gold and should be used, as was said earlier, as a reference for all future policy and outcome intervention and evaluation.
Thank you, and it is acknowledged that Regional Council Science Team is one of the best in New Zealand, one of the largest as well, and
The best.
the best, sorry, is recognised. So we are really appreciative. Like I've said, we won't be receiving it in this manner again through committee. It'll be done in different ways over workshop times or with more times, or as Councillor Roadley has said, where it feeds into particular work streams so that there's the ability to dig a little deeper. So we're really appreciative of your time and your 3 years of work. So all those in favour of receiving the report, say aye. Thank you. Any against? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to actually, Ashton, if you don't mind, we're going to move you back out and we're going to welcome our guests so that they can not wait for these next two papers, if that's all right with you.
Fair enough.
So, look, I was going to finish. Please come up, Heidi and Rachel. We were going to finish with Heidi and Rachel because it's a lovely way to finish our term on such a high note, but I realise we're going to be quite a long way behind. So I'd like to introduce to you Heidi Stiefel and Rachel Ward. Heidi is the powerhouse behind Predator-Free Napier Hill and now the leading one-woman band behind Predator-Free Hawke's Bay, or Tamata Amaui. She's quite an extraordinary powerhouse. She's gathered a really big team around her to do that, and she's going to talk to us about what she's doing and how it's coming together. And Rachel Ward is the General Manager at Cape Sanctuary, which now has over 200, I think, volunteers. Yes, somewhere around there. The way they're coordinating their volunteer work and what's happening at Cape Sanctuary is such an extraordinary story. She's working also alongside Heidi on the Predator-Free, how we can start to join the corridors together between Cape Sanctuary to Tamata Peak to Blowhard Bush, so that kind of coordination's coming together. But more importantly, Rachel's also talking about how hard it is once you bring your volunteers together, how you keep them long-term and how we manage that sort of picture of 170,000 foot soldiers. So Heidi is going to start us off, we hope.
We'll have sorted the IT. It's there.
And Rachel is going to talk a little bit after her about how she's seeing that work to come together. Actually, you haven't got a screen up even, Bex.
I need to go back to because that's the last slide.
I thought she'd added that. Sorry? Oh, it's up on this side.
Yeah, we'll come up. If it's here, then your end's good.
If it's here, what, sorry?
If it's here, then just the screen. I'll reset the screen.
Okay, yep, it's come up, it's here now. You two.
We need to go back.
We'll move Martin out of the way.
It's all right. Rosy cheeks. Heidi, you're down here.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's over here, but here we are. We just put it with a slideshow.
Oh, yeah.
We're there. Okay. All right. Kia ora koutou, and thank you for Councillor Sears for inviting me along today. I know that I'm talking to a group of people this afternoon who are already dedicated to protecting our environment, So you know a lot of the stuff that I'm going to be talking about. So my name is Heidi Stiefel. I've worked actually in the apple industry in Hawke's Bay for 27 years, 23 years with Bostocks. I actually probably worked with Sheriff probably 20 years ago, setting up the integrated fruit production program when we rolled that out in the horticulture industry. But today I'm here to talk to you about Towards Predator-Free Hawke's Bay. So that's a vision for a collaboration of community trapping groups across Hawke's Bay to enhance our environment for our native birds, bats, geckos and insects to flourish. Our vision as a team is to have a Hawke's Bay rich in bird life. We want to have keraru, kaka, kakariki, tui in our community or in our environment. So I think, we all know these facts. Everyone in this room knows these facts that we're dealing with at the moment. But there is a myth that conservation happens in the bush and the mountains, and it's up to DOC and the big projects to protect our native species. So there are many reports. One is Mataki report from 2024 that shows that community involvement is really key to protecting our native species. And for communities, the investment is quite small compared to the gains and joy and happiness. Everyone actually loves to talk about the tuis that they see in their garden in the morning. So my presentation today is just going to talk to you about predator-free mataruahau. I need to see what I'm talking about. The establishment of Towards Predator-Free Hawke's Bay, how we are starting, and some recommendations for the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. So just to back up, in 2022, I applied for a small grant from Predator-Free New Zealand Backyard Program, and they were really enthusiastic to support the first urban project in Hawke's Bay. So our goal was pretty basic, to increase the native bird species that we had on Napier Hill. People really wanted to see kaka living again on the hill. We have one solitary one at the moment. Our aim was 1 in 5 households to be actively trapping in their backyards. That was based on talking to Dan from Predator-Free Miramar, what is actually required to actually make a tangible difference, and trapping in our reserves. I also talked to people about things that hadn't worked, what was working, Jade from Rickerton, and really got some ideas how we could set up a slow burn successful project. So we ran small projects. Friends would drop engagement flyers in their street. We would meet on people's driveways. We'd talk trapping. They would show them how to set it up. They would sign up, and with $10 they'd go home with their tunnel and start trapping. So today, we've got 160 traps in backyards and schools up on Mataruahau. We've just done some bird counts, and we've actually gone back to the same sites that Hawke's Bay Regional Council were monitoring in 2004, and I'm just about to compare that data. Yes, we've set up trap lines in the 3 schools, and that is really, really cool. We're working with the Enviro groups there, requiring 2 to 3 visits per year, and it's really enjoyable and rewarding. It's just the schools. We've also set up a trap line in Sturms Gully, and this is actually checked by Duke of Ed students from Napier Boys, and we've just set up last week a trap line near Sacred Heart, and the Duke of Ed students from Sacred Heart are checking that. We've collaborated with Men's Shed to make the tunnels. Am I going backwards? And last autumn we had a very successful community trap collection day in Botanical Gardens. And Napier City Council has been really supportive of setting up trap lines and reserves, having the community trap day. This is all great, but I sort of realised that it's not sustainable. If I went, the things would fall over. So how can we actually make this sustainable? So in 2020, last year, I started looking about what we could actually do. And what I realised, the more I talked to people, the more I actually realised what was happening in Hawke's Bay. There are some amazing projects happening here. And I'm sure people in this room are actually aware of most of them, but I don't believe the majority of our community are. There are many small projects led by passionate, dedicated people working really hard to protect our native tongas, but also when I talk to people, many of them are lacking resources, time to train volunteers, funding, and also definitely profile in the community. And then you've got the amazing Cape Sanctuary here, which, I mean, I was just amazed by spending a day out there, what they're doing and what an asset in Tonga is to our community, and how can we build on this. So early this year, we ran a workshop, and I really want to acknowledge the support of Natalie DeBrua, who supported me and helped me to set up this workshop. All the people there on the right-hand side were at the workshop in this room, and the workshop was really, is there support for a coordinated, collaborative approach to predator control in Hawke's Bay to enhance biodiversity? And there was absolutely really great support. And, you know, at the end of the meeting, who wants to be part of the working group? And there were a show of hands up. And we've got 3 of those people in the room today, Councillor Sophie Sears, Deb from Biodiversity Hawke's Bay, and Natalie from Hawke's Bay Regional Council. So the working group was established, and the first thing we've done is put together the vision, which is a region-wide project to restore Hawke's Bay's unique wildlife and plants by removing introduced predators such as rats, possums and stoats. So the first 6 months, what we've been doing, we've been meeting about once a month. You know, what are we going to cover? Is it urban? Is it rural? Is it deep bush? Is it everything? And I think we've agreed on everything. What are the funding options? What is the structure? How are we going to communicate this? Who's involved? We're putting together some short-term and long-term goals. And we've actually got our first event planned for early October. It's going to be based at the woolshed at Cape Sanctuary, which is a hui for all the people currently involved in predator control in Hawke's Bay to get together, to share the vision, for some of them to talk about what they're doing and really get a network going of what's happening in Hawke's Bay. And that's really looking forward to that. I've listed there who's part of the working group. But I just want to talk to you about a few other things that while we've been getting this established, and for me that's come from private industry, it's been too slow. So we've decided to just get a few other things underway. So we've actually set up a community trapping group in Maggie's Way. This has actually been funded by PanPac, and we've got a working bee this Saturday to set up the first 30 traps in that project. Our plan is obviously over time to work all the way down to Otatara, the power site there. And I just wanted to make a little comment about that, because this project really nearly didn't get underway. A lot of people said, why aren't we trapping at Maggie's Way? We should be doing this. I'm really keen to get involved. And then when I talked to people, no one actually wanted to put the funding application together, get everyone together, start the project. And so in the end, myself and an ex-Bostock colleague who lives there, we put it together, we put a funding application in, we rallied around some people, we've been meeting at the Duke of Gloucester, but now it's got a life of its own. There are so many people that want to be part of this. We've had some brochures that we have put out in the neighbourhood to tell people, hey, we're setting this up. We've got 2 new people this week that want to come and be part of it. So all it actually needs is a seed and someone to get the community group going. And there are plenty of people out there who are passionate about our environment and getting native birds in their gardens, that they want to be part of it. There's some really good examples around the region about just how to get people involved doing a small amount of work. And that so this was a real example to me, is that we get it started and then it can take over, and I'll be stepping back. Another super cool project is Helen Howard from Hawke's Bay Enviro Schools and I applied for some funding to Biodiversity Hawke's Bay, and we're setting up trapping in 5 schools around the region. And that really was driven by, I could see at Napier Central School, I went back at the start of this year, I didn't do anything. Last year's Enviro Schools were showing the new kids how to set traps, where to put them, what to do with a rat, how to put the peanut butter in. I thought, wow, we need to do this in all schools. So that's really cool. This is a photo here of Tim. We met him at the Volunteers Expo. He loves to make, a retired guy, made traps in the past. He knocked up 25 traps for us one weekend, really keen to be involved. And it's just that building up these communities it's not just clearing the rats, there's other things that people can do. I just wanted to sidestep a little bit. In June, I spent a day with Towards Predator-Free Taranaki and attended their mid-year volunteers get-together. So there are many projects in Taranaki. Government-run, regional council, some big private trusts like Cape Sanctuary and many small groups under the Wild for Taranaki banner. So one of their projects is run by the Taranaki District Council Coordinator, Janea. So she manages 100 volunteers and they check 2,000 traps across their parks and reserves in urban and semi-rural Taranaki. So she estimated that if the council had to pay, it would be $260,000 a year. They have a waiting list of volunteers that want to adopt a line. So an example of this is the Pakawhai Dog Park. They've gone and set up 10 traps. They have contacted locals in that vicinity. Hey, who would be keen to manage this trap line? She's never had no one volunteer to do a line. They were inducted, they'd known how to do it safely, and then that person was responsible all year round to go and check that trap line and enter the data. And that's the sort of thing I think we could do in Hawke's Bay. I think that would be pretty awesome to do. So I'm sure you're all aware of the benefits of community predator control. I don't need to go through these, but there are many reports that show increased community resilience, friendships, building community, and of course the obvious increase in native birds. There's many great stories coming out every day. A couple of weeks ago, I had a call from Hastings Scouts and Cubs. They'd heard about us. Could they make tunnels to put around the area and contribute to our project? And that's the sort of thing that we can do. Yeah, and I think, again, referencing the Mataki Environmental Report, community conservation is a key partner in creating a better future for our Indigenous biodiversity. And it is obviously, like everything, having a funding crisis. But I think the key point here is that work is needed to better support community-based contributions. And towards Predator-Free Hawke's Bay, we really believe that improved coordination and collaboration and communication with the groups already doing the mahi in Hawke's Bay will strengthen, it'll also encourage other groups to be set up. And so, what are we asking the Hawke's Bay Regional Council is we already have a councillor role on the governance group. Sophie's representing the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, but we really want that councillor to have a focus on advocacy, community engagement and communication support. A key thing also is a staff contact to contribute to the working group with links to reserve management, operational support and promotional channels. Now we know there's no big pots of money around at the moment, but there's a whole lot of things that are already being done. There's the catchment groups. Can we actually work with catchment groups to start up predator control in the areas we're working? There's other ways of actually thinking about what we could do. We really need a coordinator to mobilise community groups. We're not saying that's going to be funded by Hawke's Bay Regional Council, but there are ways that we can work together as a region to have this. And I just, what do we want for the future? And I think this here, the orange dots are some of our projects currently where there's trapping around Hawke's Bay. What we're really wanting to achieve, there's Cape Sanctuary over here. We've already got kaka, kakariki, kiwi that are moving outside from this predator control area. We need to build a halo event. We need community groups setting up around this area so we can protect these species and build them up as they move out. It's not that hard. We can see what we need to achieve. And I think the community is there are definitely people in the community that are really passionate about this. In the future, what we want to see, instead of a Kiwi Coast banner, we want to see a Towards Predator-Free Hawke's Bay banner. That's at the markets, at community days, at sports events, where people, community can come along, get a backyard trap, sign up to a different program, sign up to a community group, flush out champions that might want to start their own community groups. And so currently we live in a world with just constant bad news, and environmental degradation. This is a 100% positive project. There is no downside to removing rats, possums and stoats from our environment. We need to normalise predator control and get communities, schools, maraes and backyards involved. So tui, kaka, etc. are Aotearoa's taongas, and they bring joy to the community. And Dan Henry, I'm sure you've all heard of him. He's often asked, what is the best trap to use? What should we be using? And his quote is, people are the silver bullet to achieve this challenge. So thank you. And hopefully there's some questions. Oh no, Rachel, you're going to do your...
I think, Rachel, do yours now as well.
Sure.
Show your video and then we'll have questions.
I have 3 videos. So
You have 3 videos?
2 at the start and then 1 at the end.
Yeah, so do you want to just plug in here? Or
Councillor Rodey loves
we might need some IT support.
Oh, you've got it. Perfect. Oh, you're going to do that. Oh, well, maybe while we're setting that up, we could have some questions.
Love some questions.
Oh, she'd love some questions. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Hey, you mentioned that you had some data, 2004 versus recent.
Oh, we've got the data from so I've recently got the, there was the 2009 to 2040 Hawke's Bay Regional Council Land Care Project to eradicate the possums on the hill. And over that, the data was, there's a 3-fold increase in Korimako and Tui from that. So we've actually just had a look at the report and where the bird count sites were. And we've just we've just gone back and done 5-minute bird counts at most of those sites. And now I just want to see if see if I can compare the data.
Thank you.
Chair Ormsby.
Thank you, Chair. Fantastic presentation, Heidi. Thank you so much. Really exciting.
Yeah.
What do you need in a coordinator? Because I've got someone in mind for Maggie's Way.
Well, what do we need in a coordinator is really wanting someone to actually, I think we need to tell the story and what's actually already happening in Hawke's Bay. And I know there's people in Napier South that would like to set up some trapping, etc. there, but it's actually providing someone that can go to flushing out these champions that want to set things up, helping them really establish a community group. There's actually there's blueprints around produced by Predator Free Wellington on how to set up a community group. There's lots of resources available. There's lots of and I think one thing that will help community groups is actually be able to give them resources and a checklist of how they can go about it and what's actually needed for a successful community group. And that would really help enable, I think, community groups to get up and running. There's actually plenty of people around, and actually, last week I visited Araha Kaikorai Valley in Dunedin, and he's absolutely right. There are many people around that want to volunteer and be involved in this work, but they need to know what to do, what the expectations are, and it needs to be an hour or less a week. And I think if you can set up the structure, and they've got job descriptions for their trappers, for their pamphlet people. Well, there's lots of, so it's setting up those systems for people.
Also, I think, Hiniwai, there's two pieces to that puzzle. There's the coordinators for those individual groups who tend to be volunteers, but also this group is looking to fund a full-time or a part-time coordinator across the area. Because we know that if you're in the group and it flashes up, okay, just turn up on Sunday and bring your gumboots and your gardening gloves and we'll be setting up traps, or people can turn up to that. It's the organising behind those systems that tends to break people.
Talk later.
Please, Councillor Curtin.
Thank you. Look, this is, I don't know if this is out of left field, but have you got a sense of the impact that deer and pigs are having on particularly the understory of our forested areas, and where do they fit? Are they regarded as a predator, or at least an impactor on that, the biodiversity we're trying to protect? Have you contemplated control of the big four-legged predators? Well, you obviously have.
You do, which one are you talking about, cats or deer?
No, deer and
Goats.
goats and.
We, as a group, we haven't talked about deer. Personally, I am passionate about the state of our forests and the kawiks, etc., and what we need to do. We haven't talked about it. The reason we set up in our vision rats, possums and mustelids is that's currently covered by the Predator-Free 2050 vision. They're the pests that are covered. And so we decided to align ourselves. However, there are many people that are passionate about feral cats and the deer issue is an absolute issue. But at the moment we've discussed just using that framework for the predators we would look at.
Fair enough. But where I'm coming from essentially is giving us guidance and around our predator control, our pest management, pest control. So getting good advice from people on the ground about what will make a difference in our strategies around controlling unwanted pests.
Thank you. Are you working, Rachel?
I think so.
Okay.
We'll try.
There's nothing working on the back.
Pushing it on the back. It's on the same computer Heidi had, if I can. We just need to swap it from your...
Maybe while Heidi's looking, you can do your bit, Rachel.
Oh.
So is this the first video?
Oh, Michelle's got a quick...
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
There's your enthusiasm and pest control is amazing. So, ka pai you. I like what I'm hearing. It would have been interesting to sort of get the data of what you're capturing, like the mustelids, the rats, the cats, the feral cats, so that we can see the impact that's having. And also just the kaupapa that you've spoken about, the Hawke's Bay Predator-Free group, whatever it is. How are you proposing to reach out? Because I'm here representing all the PSGE in Hawke's Bay. There's 10 of us. So that goes from the lake all the way to Heretaunga, Tamatea. So how do they see themselves in this space? Of course I encourage anything that's going to work around pest destruction because it helps our wildlife. But that's the question. Ka pai you, but how do you reach out to the rest of us? If you're looking at dock estates and that the PSGs have ownership or they have agreements in a lot of those spaces, so you need to move to work with mana whenua as well.
So I probably can't answer your question totally, but one thing is that if we have a group towards Predator-Free Hawke's Bay and we have, and Mana Ahariri part of the working group, if we have, the idea would be all the data at the moment is on Trap NZ, your data's on Trap NZ, and if you look at other regions, we'll be able to collate the data and then report on an annual basis increases in pest catches, what we're catching, and also obviously bird counts in the future. But there is mechanisms already available to do that. But we don't have a mechanism in Hawke's Bay, I don't think, to collate all that data. And I think that's the whole idea. One of the whole ideas of the winter hui, spring now, spring hui is to get everyone already involved in trapping to actually to see what people are doing and encourage others to be involved and hopefully grow.
Make it infectious. I think that's what you're doing. But just the Hawke's Bay, if you're going to use the Hawke's Bay name, it has to incorporate the whole of Hawke's Bay.
Kia ora, Michelle. Mana Ahuriri are there and Tamatea Pōkai Whenua are there, and as we grow spatially, it'll definitely be picked up, the different PSGs, mana whenua. tai whenua is whoever across those regions want to step in and contribute or offer knowledge, absolutely. So right now we've just got those two PSGs.
Could I suggest, Chair, that will also be a key role for that
coordinator
to actually
100%. Yeah. So okay, so we are pretty short on time now. We're going to finish up with Rachel, and it's a pleasure to have you here, and I can't wait to see your videos.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Rachel Ward. I'm the General Manager of Cape Sanctuary, and thank you for inviting me, Sophie. It's an honour to come and have a wee chat to you. I could spend days talking to you about Cape Sanctuary, so that'll be a whole nother presentation one day. But to be here to support Heidi's work and just be lumped in with her as well. What an inspiration. So thank you very much, Heidi, and somehow wrangling all of Hawke's Bay into this direction. And it is moving. It's going to be fantastic. So in terms of the volunteer side of things, I know that's a big component of how do we get this giant project done, is how do we inspire people? How do we get it done when there's no money? Basically. So Cape Sanctuary has been running since 2006. We're almost 20 years in, which is pretty incredible. Can I just get a show of hands of who has heard of Cape Sanctuary for a start? Good, good. And who has been out there? Oh, most. There's a couple we need to get out. So Cape Sanctuary was just very briefly was the brainchild of Andy Lowe, who I'm sure most of you know, well-known Hawke's Bay businessman, and he inspired his neighbours, the Robertsons, to get on board, build a predator-proof fence off the peninsula, got a whole lot of people coming together for this shared vision and has restored the peninsula basically from bare farmland in a lot of places, a little bit of coastal remnant bush and some really degraded dunes, to some incredible places. So there's been over 1 million trees planted. We've translocated 23 species, and there's wild populations growing in there and coming out. There's huge tracts of ocean beaches now, forest with bushwalks and moss and ferns coming back. The dunes have been restored. The remnant forest is doing beautifully, but we do all of that alongside production and human habitation. So we're a leaky fence. We have, we don't cross through the beach, so it's not completely closed off. That means some predators can still get in. It also means some good things can happen, like we've recently had our kiwi start to come out. So we've recently had a lady called Moo Scotting in Tiawonga catch a kiwi on camera for the first time in the Tiawonga Hills, about 5 k's away from the sanctuary. So that's come out of the sanctuary, same as Ocean Beach. I'm just going to play a quick little video. Sophie asked me to get some real-time, what do volunteers do out at the sanctuary? One of the main reasons we can do what we've done is because we have a staff-led volunteer labour workforce. So we have over 200 volunteers. We're trying to get as many corporates in as possible.
Play the video now so we don't lose it again.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay.
Hello, my name's Rachel. I'm from Cape Sanctuary. Just a lot going on here today, and I apologise, I'm covered in mud and probably have sticks in my hair. We've been having a working bee, but thought we'd just show you a little bit of what we're doing up here. This is just one of our species that we are looking after and creating wild populations. So the volunteers here, they've been working hard all day doing a working bee, but starting the feed out. Been having a good revamp of all our perching. It's pretty cool up here. It's kind of like being in the middle of a flock. But they ignore us, which is nice. We're just like moving trees to them that provide the food. So we have a flock of around probably about 140 that come and go throughout the year. They're all starting to come back now for breeding season. Yeah, it's a pretty cool place. Really busy up here today. Normally our volunteers come up just one person at a time. We'll bring their family up. And yeah, it's a really fantastic office. Okay, there's one. And we'll just hear from one of the volunteers that I put on the spot yesterday. It's another one of our hardworking volunteers, Judy. She's been here since forever, the start. 14 years. 14 years volunteering here. We're finishing our working bee at the moment.
2013.
2013. What's your favourite thing about coming out here, Judy?
Everything.
Oh.
But I love when you take the kakariki trays out, how they sit on the trays bubbling over the food. And I just love everything because I love the birds.
Amazing.
The bird song.
And you've recruited plenty of volunteers over the years as well. You've brought us plenty. We've got more of our crew out here. I think they're ready for lunch now. Okay, so that's just a quick little snippet into one of our areas. We have, the kaka. We've got the ocean beach wildlife with the takahi and the tuatara and seabirds and all sorts going on out there. So if you haven't been out, I highly recommend coming out and for a visit. Our volunteers, basically we give them freedom and choice. So to get them involved, and this is a model we want to roll out with the predator-free Hawke's Bay as well, is having that staff leadership and communication and touching base with them, getting a report at the end of the day, seeing how they've gone, but letting them have as much rope as possible depending on the person. I'm a big believer in you're not a leader till you've trained a leader who's trained a leader, so we let them train. So some of our volunteers will train other volunteers and take that responsibility on. Others don't want any responsibility. We've got all sorts of amazingly skilled people, doctors, engineers, surgeons, all sorts, managers, but a lot of them come out there to not have that responsibility. So trying to find volunteers to do the admin is quite tricky. So that's where you always got to have that staff level behind doing the admin and a bit of the planning and the logistics. So yeah, it can be done, and it can be done on a large scale, and there is passion out there. It just needs to be harnessed and focused. One of our really cool ones we've got starting up at the moment is our penguin initiative. We were monitoring about 150 nest boxes of korora every year, and just seeing what was in there. Now we've signed up with the NZPI New Zealand Penguin Initiative, and are actually now microchipping them so we can tell individuals breeding success, their offspring, and create so we know who's who and what's happening on a really intricate level. And that's all driven by volunteers. It's all volunteer-led. They came to us and said, hey, we want to do more in this space, so we let them. There's plenty more on Cape Sanctuary. I won't take up too much of your time, but I do want to just give you a bit of a highlights reel to support what Heidi's been saying. Cape Sanctuary is like the Zealandia of Hawke's Bay. Right, we can be like Wellington, we can share all these amazing positive stories, and the amount of time that it takes is not actually that long. Look at what they've done in 10 years. So we can act as the source. We've got kiwi coming out, other birds, and this is what Hawke's Bay could be like in not that much time. It's a kiwi, by the way. Filmed with a drone. It is Kuia Oi, or North Island muttonbird.
Thank you so much to both of you. Yeah, seeing that after the science presentations, you understand how what happens there informs what can happen here and the outcomes. And you're all welcome to volunteer. I don't think either of these two would be unhappy to hear from any of you if you want to join their volunteers. I'm going to leave it at that, only to say you're brilliant, both of you, because we need to move on with our papers, and we're so grateful for the work you do and for coming in today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia
ora.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to Ashton.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now we're back to.
Well, I hope your computer's going to work, Ashton, because I think we've reset the system now.
Especially when it was set up before, too.
She will. Heidi will want her computer. I want my computer.
Sorry, why did you see the program up there?
You're on to this one before the diversity one.
Oh,
One before.
oh, the suspended one.
Please, yes. While Ashton's setting up, we're just going to ask Richard to introduce this paper.
Pushed off the table.
So thank you very much, Chair, and really appreciate the length of today and the leaning into the challenge of lots of information. So really appreciate that. Whilst this is quite well connected to the State of Environment report, from a operational perspective, what we saw is that we saw that this piece of work was a follow-on from what I'm calling the 9th of April EICC meeting, where you may or may not recall we presented a suite of papers which was talking to the transition, I guess, of sediment from our hill country down into our marine environment, and we talked about various elements, and a question rings in my mind from I think it was Councillor Curtin at the time that sort of asked the question with respect, so what sort of thing, and it was that question around measuring and monitoring. And I took that away and thought about what does that mean in terms of our work. And this is the beginning of that journey, I guess, of actually being able to measure and evaluate the effectiveness of our, particularly our erosion control interventions. And so this is a follow-on from that. It's not a full stop. It's part of the journey, but it's a presentation from Ashton that talks about our role in monitoring and measuring suspended sediment and how we actually connect it into understanding what's going on in our waterways. So thank you very much, and I'll hand over to you, Ashton.
Thank you, Richard.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, so as you're aware, we had those earlier papers delivered. So this here shows us what we are currently doing. I'll give you a rundown of how the program came to be, what we've done so far, and what we've measured. So that's why we kind of kept it out of the SOE. And Kurt covered over a little bit of the stuff earlier about, how we actually do this program. So I'll go into a little bit more detail of the methods there and a bit of the results. Okay, so sediment in waterways is one of the key environmental stresses that we have. It's also a loss of good topsoil that renders the land less productive. The ISCO program, which is aptly named, measures sediment loads in waterways. The ISCO is the name of the device, so it's a copyright, and enables reflection on the effectiveness of hill country erosion mitigations. The suspended sediment monitoring offers us a method to measure the success of future and past soil conservation measures. And I've got some pictures along the side here, so as I go through you can see parts of the program and work. This one here is the Waikatuku stream up in Wairoa. You can see here it's a nice clear day, but it's still pretty dirty, and we've got the site right up the top here. And here there's some culverts through to the staff gauge there, which is now relocated back over here. You can see from previous events you get some flotsam stuck in the trees, so it does get pretty high pretty quickly, this catchment, because it's quite small. So the background to this program. The hill country erosion in Hawke's Bay has been a key issue. There's about 258,000 hectares, or 18% of land, with erosion rates greater than 1,000 tonnes per square kilometre per annum. As mentioned earlier, land delivers about 8 million tonnes of sediment to the stream network and 8 million tonnes to the coast every year. And on pre-human times, this erosion has increased from 6.4 million tonnes to which is about 309% increase. And that uses the SEDNet data, which is a model that Manaaki whenua that have developed over time. And all these models, what do they need? They need good measurements going into them to help them run. So MPI realised the benefits of this particular work, and so they funded the Hill Country Erosion Project to purchase and install 15 ISCOs in 2020 and employ a fixed-term technician. The land science team already had 5 ISCOs out. We were more looking at regional areas, so we'd be at the bottom of the catchment, whereas the Hill Country Erosion Program was more targeted to, smaller catchment areas where work had been done. The technician funding stopped in 2024, and the program is now managed by the additional workloads of the water quality technicians, catchment advisors, and the land science team. So I think Kurt covered a bit of this one. The network is a group of auto samplers, or the ISCOs. Unlike monthly discrete sampling, ISCOs target the capture of multiple samples over flood events when the erosion is high. Samples are then correlated against flow and catchment area to determine load and yield. And yes, determining the load and yield supports and guides efforts for reductions in sediment. And as you can imagine, the ISCO network suffered a huge blow during Cyclone Gabrielle. We had 18 sites of the previous 20 active. Of the 2 of those ones, the one in Wairoa got hammered on that event that was mentioned in the SOE. So it wasn't active at the time of Cyclone Gabrielle because obviously we were looking at resilience on that site. And another one was vandalised, so we hadn't gone back to that site for the worry that it would be destroyed again. So yeah, we had 6 destroyed and numerous ISCOs damaged. And you can see here, this is Mangoni River at Rissington. And you've got some chains that padlock it down to the concrete pad. The concrete pad was still attached here, and we had to dig that out and try and pull it away. So, you don't think that's going to go far, but it went quite a wee way down the bank, and yeah, it was a bit of a mess. So that's the kind of force we got there just at Rissington there. So to date, we have only 5 of the original 20 sites active. And 2 of the ISCOs have been deployed to the Pakutahi land use study, which investigates the impact of forestry harvesting. So that's a combined effort with the Forestry Owners Association and PAMPAC and SCION to look at how harvest impacts sediment in the waterways. So yeah, 7 in total, and many of these sites are awaiting resourcing.
I read in the paper they actually were covered by insurance?
Yes.
Is that what we're waiting for, that resource?
There is a bit of a catch to that at the moment because we've got 7 left in the shed, so we've got the 13 that we can deploy, but we have to get those deployed before we can get our insurance money. So they're saying, well, you have ISCOs, why aren't you just using those? So yeah, we get those ones out, and then we can access some insurance money to re-establish parts of the network. Here's the map again. The active ones are Waimanu and Waikatuku up there in Wairoa, Pakuratai Stream with PAMPAC there. Mingimingi's in progress. We've got Karamu, Tuki, working on Marae Totara, and yeah, we're heading down to these 2 at the moment, Parongaho at Sale Yards and Mangamairi. So as you can see by the catchment areas, we're covering very little of the region now based on the loss of the sites. I've got all this on a web map too if anybody wants to get that off me later. Okay, so this is getting into the weeds a bit here, but hopefully you enjoy it. What we have here is we have the process of how we get to determining the loads. So So it starts with the data logger, which will record the water level turbidity. As that rises, the ISCO is triggered and the sampling sequence starts. These samples are then sent to the lab and tested for suspended sediment concentration. We can then build these rating curves, similar to hydrology, where you do a water level to flow relationship. This is a flow to suspended sediment concentration relationship. And so from those calculations, yes, we can determine the loads and yields. Again, stepping through this with the time series, you've got flow at the top there, which we'll get from, so that's the top hydrograph. This one here on the right or the left, you'll see that we apply the relationship to the flow to determine how much suspended sediment concentration we have at any one time. And the bottom right, if you look between, bottom left, sorry, you will see we accumulate that over the time to work out how much load has happened for the whole period, and then, yeah, we can adjust it to the annual load.
Mm-hmm.
And just to separate out, so the load will be the magnitude of the total amount of tonnage per year, whereas your yield is area weighted. So the main difference there is if you want to know the quantum exactly of what's happening in a catchment, you go to the load. If you want to compare catchments, it's quite useful to look at the yield there. So I've done that here. So you'll see that the load for the first period of the SOE was from July 2021 to February 2023, so just before Cyclone Gabrielle, when the whole network was sort of taken down for a few weeks at least. The load was about 8.5 million tonnes and the yield was about 187 tonnes per annum per hectare. And I've created a bit of a dirty list and a clean list here, you'll see. On the dirty list, we have Wairau River, Parongaho, Sandy Creek, Waikatuku, and on the clean list, we would have Hawea Stream, Maraitotra, and Waiau River.
I resemble that remark.
Pardon?
Did I resemble that remark?
Under
Probably
pressure, more under pressure.
Yeah, probably needs a better name, does it? Yeah, you can see I've got the pink, yellow, and green. So yeah, some of the relationships aren't strong, so that's why they're in the pink. So they've got a poor relationship. And again, whararangi cods, you can see there's really high, but I think that one there's an artefact of where it was positioned.
Dreams.
And here we have the loads for the cyclone. So we measured 13 million tonnes per annum, 13 million tonnes. However, the ratings that we have are hypothetical, so we never had samples that went up that high, except for sites that didn't get destroyed like Tuki. So that one's quite reliable, you know, that we managed to capture samples. We did capture quite a few samples up in Wairoa, but we just couldn't get there to get them to the lab because the road was closed for a couple of months, and therefore we essentially had to throw them out, which is a bit of a shame. So yeah, I would take these with a grain of salt because it's really hard to measure that top end until you've had a couple of major events and you actually know the quantum of suspended sediment in the water to actually give yourself a good understanding of what's happening there. And you can see I've got little crosses next to some of those sites. Those are the ones we lost, which are actually quite small on there. And you can imagine, say, you're thinking, oh, why is ESC so low? Well, ESC got destroyed and therefore we only have a relationship to a certain point. Plus the rating never went that high on the ESC. So I think that one really needs further investigation considering it's a bit of a more sandier catchment than a silty clay. Well, probably coarser silty, not so much on the clays. And the third period is what we had left after the cyclone. So this looks at February 2023 through till June 2024. We have Karamu, Tuki, Waikatuku and Waimanu active. Waikatuku and Waimanu were noticeably dirtier. So the Waikatuku stream pre-cyclone was 11 tonnes per annum per hectare, and then after it was 39 tonnes per annum per hectare. So a considerable jump up there, and going up there a few times, I noticed how dirty that did become. And that can be a number of reasons, not only the hill country erosion, but also stream bank erosion too. So there are major drivers when we have these big events to why they are dirty. Waimanu, pre-cyclone 7 tonnes per annum, and then after 11, so not as bad, but that one doesn't quite get as much rainfall as the Waikatuku site. And interestingly, Tuki pre and post actually reduced, which I think we can go back to what Kosi was saying, you know, with rainfall changes, so do our measurements here. So if we have a dry year, we're not going to see much, and therefore there's not much load. So we really need to look at the long term with this type of monitoring so that we can even out, you know, La Nina, El Nino cycles. And again, I've got this all on a dashboard for you to have a look at. So the direction at the moment is to continue ISCO sampling and sediment gauging. I won't go into too much detail on the sediment gauging. It's to monitor and measure and report the changes in response to land use change or council programs. We need to continually develop these ratings, as you imagine with probably hydrology. You know, as time changes and the bed form changes in a river, so does your rating. Similar with sediment, you know, land use will change, your rating will change. And then, we're going to reinstate some of the sites that we consider to have high yields and soil conservation measures. So that's why we've gone back to Marae Totara, one of the clean ones, because there's been a lot of work there. We want to have that standing out. Prongaho and Cook's Tooth. We'll head back down there. Prongaho is quite high, but, you know, there could be a lot of natural forces at play there, but also, you know, human-induced forces. And then, develop a comprehensive longer-term plan as part of the science review is our longer-term goal. Finally, we also want to integrate soil physical characteristics so we can actually look better at those soil conservation outcomes. And so this would include looking at, say, for example, bulk density, macro porosity, and aggregate stability. This will help us target erosion control and soil conservation measures too. So yes, in summary, given the network rebuild, we'll try and address a more holistic issue of soil conservation. So this won't only focus on erosion control through planting trees, but also integrate new land management practices, soil science, and land use suitability. We look to adopt any recommendations from the science review as they come on and move forward with that accordingly. And this was us last week. We were down Prongaho. Fortunately, there was a lane closure on the bridge, so we could actually get in there, do a sediment gauge, and we dropped this big bomb over the side of the river, and it weighs about 40 kilos, so it's a bit of a hazard, really. And then, that'll do depth integrated sampling, so we go across the river and then down into the river, so you get essentially a transect of sediment. And you take that they send that to the lab, and you can see that, if there is a difference across the river from where your ISCO would sample. So your ISCO would say, for example, sample here. Does it match what you have across that particular stretch of river? But it takes a few of us to get that going. So there's the three of us all smiling away. There you go. Any questions?
Tongue was shining. Is it sediment on the bottom of it or sediment in the water?
Just suspended sediment. You make a good point there, because that's something that came up earlier today about bed load, which Joe had to answer. And the Australian SEDNet model does look at bed load. Our SEDNet model just looks at suspended sediment. I think there's cause to look into bed load, especially if you've got coarse sands and gravels on your bottoms, because when we were doing the sediment gauging, Daryl said, we've got moving beds, so we could actually see in the ADCP the sediment moving on the bed because the GPS track and the bottom track were different. So we need to really figure out a better way to capture that piece of the equation.
Thanks, Thompson. Before I go to questions, Richard, there's the plan to reinstate the 7 sites, moving right through to the end of 27. And am I understanding correctly that it's this measuring that gives us the data to understand how well the erosion control planting scheme is working?
One of many, but it is a key indicator.
Are you seeing that the 2 years to reinstate these 7 has been too long based on that?
I guess in the absence of Nick being here, I guess the process...
Speak your mind.
I guess I referenced that in terms of leaning into his same result, same response he gave to the previous question, which was this will be aligned to the E&E process, this will be aligned to the science review, and it'll be aligned to what we think our sustainable land management is going to look like in the future. So timing is taking into consideration not only the physical reinstatement, but all the other things that actually have to sit around that as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Councillor Harding, you had some...
Sure, I've probably got a comment, but also a question.
Yep.
And through you, Ashton. Ashton, always enjoy your enthusiasm for this subject. I think in the past we've been somewhat at times under-resourced in land science. Lots of focus on water. I mean, this is kind of where the two meet, I guess, but under-resourced in land science, so fantastic to have you. Look, I note that a review, where are we in the paper? It mentions a January review. So Dr. Davies' colleague did a review in January 2023, just before the cyclone of our ISCO program. How would such a review differ in light of the experience of the cyclone and the effect on our monitoring program and what we've learned?
I think, he had two parts to it. So he had the technical side, which there are a lot of those comments about, say, doing the gaugings, doing turbidity sensors. I don't think that would change. I think the outcome of his review of the sites would probably change, because he pulled up ESC as being, very coarse sands, but having a great relationship with flow. And he's saying a lot of the other sites, well, they don't quite stack up. However, I've done my own analysis on that and determined that some of those other sites, if you use a different equation, you actually do get a good relationship with flow. But yeah, my take-home message from him, which I would agree with, is that we need to go with the turbidity sensors, do these sediment gaugings, and be a little bit more diligent in that field, rather than get too carried away and going for a flow as a measurement, move to that turbidity source. But yet again, that's a resourcing issue. That's why we've struggled to go to that, because we require EI to really spend a lot of time not only calibrating those turbidity sensors, but also processing the data. And with talks with them, it's easier said than done, because you get a little bit of algae on the end of one of those optical sensors and it waves around like this, and you get these spikes all over the place. So the hard thing about a NIWA review is, you're talking about, the Rolls Royce of what you're trying to achieve. And I think we're not near that yet. I think with the water level, we're kind of halfway there. But, if we do implement those changes, then we should get there. But, it's a resourcing issue on that front.
Okay, thank you. Look, when we come to pass the motion, I'd like to speak on that.
Make a comment, sure. Councillor Van Beek, then Councillor Curtin, then Councillor Williams.
Very general question. Been reading all the reports, not every single page, I must admit, because I didn't start 2 months ago. What is sediment a symptom of? And I think that's what we really have to start thinking about. What is sediment a symptom of? If you can answer that, it will help me as a councillor of what remedies we need to look at.
I think the best way to look at it is, you're probably familiar with the SEDNet modelling that was done by Hugh Smith. You could look at the sources of erosion. You'd have stream bank, you'd have landslide, you'd have superficial, then you'd have earth flows. So if you can look at it in that lens and go, okay, well, we've got these different types of erosion, how do we target each one of them? We had a piece of work done recently by NIWA using compound-specific stable isotope analysis to look at those sources for Cyclone Gabrielle, and it overwhelmingly pointed to stream bank erosion in a major event like that. But then, your return period's very long with that, so sediment can be generated in on an annual event or on a 1 in 300 year event. It just depends which parts of the landscape fail. And I guess the reason for if you target the one in 1 year, you'd be doing well to target, the tree plantings, the riparian areas. But yeah, when you get to these really big events, you're starting to encroach onto a lot of natural erosion that we can't even manage because it goes beyond vegetative cover.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
great answer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Second question is, I'll give you an example. An orchard friend of mine has a very good AI app, has a 100-metre long roll, drives with his, and it's put it on his phone on wide lens, drives for a minute down and a minute back, and it counts exactly how many flowers he's got on his nectarine trees.
Yeah.
And they did a sample, and it's perfect. And that took him 2 minutes. That would take man hours, almost 2 days to do, if he had to do that. Is there room in future you can see that we can actually use AI that actually can camera see what's actually coming through stream beds as to what the loading could be? You think we'll get to that point?
Yeah, I think so. With the absence of Todd, who'd probably disagree, he's working on this piece at the moment, Stiv, where it uses photography and video to track the flow. So if you've got particles in the water, you can then track the flow, and then you can use it as a surrogate for the actual discharge of a river. And I was thinking, well, if we know that, and then if we've got some kind of reflectance from that water surface of how muddy it is, surely the technology is not that far away. Because if we've got it for the hydrology piece, and you still have to do a few measurements like this, get out there and make sure that the models that you're running to do so are working. But yeah, I hope so, because to go out there and fly a drone for 2 minutes and take a shot of a creek, and then you've got that whole piece done for how much discharge you've got, is a lot quicker than an hour with either a flow tracker or an ADCP trying to get that, especially when these things go up and down quite quickly. So yeah, I'm hoping we will see some movement in that space. Because yeah, this technology is very old. It's like the heyday of hydrology, 60s and 70s and 80s.
Yeah. Thank you,
Excellent.
Ashton. Councillor Curtin?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Madam Chair, and really appreciate this sort of work. It's very important for us to guide where we're going, and that's really the basis of the question. We've got some really interesting data about the yield per hectare and the locations thereof. We haven't got any money, we're very limited. Have you got a sense of what is the most, if you like, cost-effective way to deliver meaningful reduction in yield, and in what locations? I mean, we could just spend all our money in Wairoa, for example, with the Wairoa River, which is the highest level of load, 2.7 million tonne, and then the average weighted yield, because of the bigger catchment, obviously. So where do we get best bangs for bucks for the money we've spent? Do we spread it out across all of the catchments? Do we focus in on a particular or group of catchments? Or do in fact we look at alternate methods to, if you like, do we plant up riparian 20 metres either side of these waterways? Which of those strategies and what is the trigger point, if you like, to guide us? What's our best strategy? What's our best hope in all of this?
I might ask our group manager to make a comment on that first, because it's a little bit bigger in terms of budget.
It is quite a big question, and I think it's a really important question, and obviously will form part of our prioritisation going into the future. And I think the key thing for us is actually to identify those most highly erodible areas, and so we've got some good information here from the ISCO program. But as I said earlier, there are other tools, like in terms of our net mapping, and there's a basket of tools that we actually need to look at. So for us, it's actually looking at those most highly erodible areas in terms of where are our most significant issues, and starting to target them where they are having the most significant contribution. So I think it's, first of all, using all the tools, not just ISCO, and dealing with those that are the highest priority, which is the most highly erodible land.
Could I add to that, just follow on,
Please.
that what we learned from the April meeting was not just the highly erodible land, but where it connects to a waterway.
Where it connects with waterways, exactly.
The critical bits.
And part of that, and the learning for that, it wasn't necessarily the precision on where you planted the tree, it was planting a tree.
Thank you. I'm going to wind up questions and just finish with Councillor Lambert, and then let Councillor Harding move and make some closing comments, because we do have our biodiversity paper to come. I know.
Just based on that last question, is well, it's good finding out where it come from. Most of us know where it come from, but the problem Waira's got is that it's still sitting there, and that if you could carry on following that sediment out, if it goes out, and sort of predict how long it stays in there, that might help them their fears about the river rising and falling.
And I think that was very much part of that, particularly that marine and coastal work that we're doing in terms of actually understanding where it ends up and what impact it's actually having. But it's a very good point.
Yeah, because of the sediment plates that they've been working on, which gives you that good indication in the estuary. And I imagine, Joel's been working on a bit of sonar around the bay to work out what's been happening off the river mouths there.
Well, they've already worked out it's too dear to take out, so
yeah.
I want to know how long it's going to take take itself out.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Harding, you happy to move?
You're a chair, yes, I'm happy to move.
Thank you.
Accept
And,
the
second,
paper.
Councillor Roadley. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, and the conversation started to go in the direction that I wanted to end on, which is just a note of caution around the enthusiasm for one particular kind of science. And for my money, the most valuable science that came out of around our sediment control was actually the bit that where, and I'm not sure whether it was GNS science, went back post-cyclone and looked at what happened at land failure based on land cover. And so that's the ultimate thing. So what can we change, or what drives, not let's measure what's coming out, but what's driving what comes out, and what does intervention look like? And it's planting trees, largely. And so we've got choices to make about where we invest. And it's simply, and we've got a process going on through the efficiency and effectiveness review and the science prioritisation. And I just wanted to reinforce that this is a classic example of really great tools that tell us a lot of stuff, but it's not necessarily the only way or the best bang for buck. And we've just got some judgment calls to make there. And this is this program started off with the justification of trying to measure the effect of land use change. And what we've happened, and that hypothesis actually hasn't worked, right? Or that reasoning hasn't fallen out, because we found that a big event came along in the meantime and just blew everything out of the water. So we just got to take those lessons and go, okay, this is really important stuff, but just where does our incremental dollar go? Thank you.
And how does that work, or that monitoring, or that intervention support our core priorities?
Feel that?
Yeah, agreed. Comment from Councillor Williams.
Oh no, Chair, I had a question.
Okay.
But don't worry about it.
Okay, thank you. Anything from you, Councillor?
Thank you.
Could I just also highlight, so yes, absolutely, and yes, thank you, Ashton. I think the piece that we round it back through, right hot on the heels of Heidi and Rachel, is that in how we afford to do the work that needs doing is being smart with our spend within our current programs, using what we know, using this information, but also enabling and capitalising on our wider community to do the work that they're doing in a way that is also informed by this information and actually gets good results, because it's not bang for bucks. They're largely voluntary, and they can have a fantastic impact, a fantastic result at very little cost. But the key point is it's not just let them loose and do it. They need to be supported, directed, informed, and guided, and keep the momentum going, which I think is what Heidi was saying. And I love the phrase that Rachel said, staff-led and volunteer workforce. So, yeah.
Kia ora. No more comments. So all those, we have a mover and a seconder. All those in favour of receiving the report, say aye.
Aye.
Any against, carry. Thank you so much, Ashton. Well, I will apologise only once more that it's been such a long day, but we do have a very exciting paper from Annabelle. Welcome. So looking forward to talking about biodiversity.
Do you know what you haven't said?
Oh, the whole team.
Yep.
Welcome. Welcome. We have all read the paper. We're all well informed.
Perfect.
Yes.
We
Looking forward to your highlights and some time for questions.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yep, we'll try and keep it nice and brief. We're conscious of the time.
Well, it gives us an opportunity to ask you clever questions and you to give us clever answers.
Always have clever answers. Sorry. Not necessarily clever questions. It's just...
You went on holiday.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Where we would rather be.
It's great to say.
Oh, well, Natalie's. Oh, good. Beautiful. Kia ora, everybody. I'm Annabelle. I'm the team leader of the biodiversity team. I've got the wonderful Holly, one of our biodiversity advisors, and the wonderful Natalie, our senior biodiversity advisor. We do also have Nathan, who's COVID testing and so definitely not here, and Mark is our principal advisor, who's in Wellington today, and the wonderful Jolene is our manager. So the purpose of today's talk is an operational update, but there's a lot of detail in our paper, as we've just acknowledged, and we've also presented to you all previously on the background of the program, and you're all aware of the robust science that has gone into developing it and helping us prioritise and guide our work. So we don't want to go through all that again. We'd love to sit up here and tell you that we've really shifted the dial. Biodiversity decline is no longer an issue, but biodiversity is really complicated. It's really hard to measure. We can't put out an ISCO device and sample every 15 minutes and give you an indication of what the status of biodiversity is. A lot of the management actions we've taken are going to take potentially generations for us to really see on the ground. So we talked a bit about how we can actually tell a good story. And what we really want to focus on is some of the outcomes we're working towards, how our projects are delivering that, and why we do what we do. So the Priority Ecosystem Program is our flagship program. It is the only program at the Regional Council which is focused solely on addressing the core causes of biodiversity decline. The main focus is protecting ecosystems. We see securing habitat as an important first step in ensuring the survival of species and enabling the incredible work that people like Heidi and Rachel are doing. A massive focus for this is deer fencing. As you can see clearly, hopefully, through the photos, these are two different sites, but the same forest type. And this shows you what deer are doing to these special spaces. Without management, without getting in there and fencing it off and getting deer out afterwards, we are losing these sites. This work is really expensive. It's out of reach for most landowners. There's not a volunteer workforce skilled in deer fencing with all the materials they need ready to go. At the moment, this is the most important thing we can be doing for our region's biodiversity. It's also really cost effective. If we were to try and recreate some of these ecosystems, we cost out planting is about $20,000 a hectare, and that is not going to get you a fully functioning ecosystem, again, potentially for generations. A key to success in the program are our relationships with a whole ecosystem of people out there. The wonderful Biodiversity Hawke's Bay, Debbie down the back, people like Rachel, people like Heidi, Mana Whenua, DOC, the QE2 National Trust, catchment groups, landowners, schools, and a whole incredible amount of people all over the country who help support our work. And so we're just going to dive in and briefly talk about a couple of our projects.
We wanted to give you some really great examples from our last financial year's projects. So Otapua up near Rangataiki is our largest site that we've managed to fence to date, nearly 460 hectares of beech forest. And like Annabelle said, this forest over time would end up with canopy collapse without those saplings coming up and regenerating the understory of that forest. The fence is complete, but now we've got the great task of getting rid of all the deer in that 460 hectares. So we're working through what that looks like. They are seeker deer, so it's going to be quite a challenge. But as you can see from these photos, there's some really cool threatened species in there. There's 2 different species of mistletoe, rifleman, tucker, robins, all of those little fluffies. Another one of our sites we were really excited about actually is an alluvial forest remnant up near Wairoa. So you can imagine these flat river edges. We've probably lost this forest type at the highest rate. There's only 1.5% remaining in our region. And so this site has been legally protected for a number of years through QE2, but because it hasn't had that protection from that browse pressure, again, we've seen that risk of canopy collapse over time. So again, really pleased to be able to upgrade this deer fence. There's no deer inside that fence at this current point in time. And DOC have had a program over a number of years of re-establishing this threatened plant Pittosporum obcordatum. And so again, those can thrive now that there's no browsers in that particular site. 100 acre is a little bit special to my heart. So we actually only went up to 100 acre just over a year ago with the EIT environmental studies class. And that was actually to do rodent monitoring because robins were translocated there in 2016. We knew they were still on the plateau, but robins are really sensitive to rat numbers, and so we wanted to understand what that looked like. But once we got into the block, I was pretty shocked actually at the amount of deer sign in there. Pretty much every second tree had deer rubbings on it. There was wallows, there was tracks through. Like it looked like, you know, hundreds of people were walking through every day with the amount of deer damage. And we didn't have the budget actually to do this, to do that project. It's 3 kilometres worth of fence, but 45 hectares of this. You can see that's probably one of the smaller podocarp trees actually of that block, just like these incredible original podocarps in there. And so we put in a funding application to lotteries. They came on board, funded 50% of this project, and we got the fence in over summer. The 2 stags that were in there decided to have a go at the fence before we managed to get them out, but we've since repaired that. And so there's currently 2 deer left that we still need to get out, but it's that's another great collaboration that we've had.
So we also have the Targeted Catchment Works Fund. So this funds projects with high value biodiversity outcomes that don't fit the criteria of the Priority Ecosystem Program or the Erosion Control Scheme. So this is a whole of catchment approach, and almost all of these projects are in partnership with catchment groups. So here we have fish passage work, and so this work has been funded to help the banded kakapo, which live in the tributaries in the Tutira catchment, and to complete their life cycle they must go down to Lake Tutira. And as you can see on the left, there is a culvert which is overhanging, which means they're unable to be able to go down to the lake and complete their life cycle. So through this fund we were able to create a ramp which allowed these fish, as you can see on the right, which allowed these fish to be able to go all the way down to Lake Tutira. We also have the Community Fund, and this is administered by Biodiversity Hawke's Bay, who do an amazing job to ensure these projects are successful. This fund has massive demand, and last year there were 42 applications. There is a new partnership with the Eastern and Central Community Trust, which has boosted this fund by 60k. So some of the projects that have come out of this fund are the Save the Dotterels. So this is a group which is working to protect the dotterels on the Napier beaches. So through this, we have funded cameras and traps, and this is especially important work as 16% of the global population of this species is found in Hawke's Bay. Through this fund, we also have funded the Jewelwood Town Forest Project, which is a volunteer group working to improve urban biodiversity.
One of the really cool things with this project is these guys actually grow most of their own plants. Our funding is a small part of this big overall project, like so much of our work. So we wanted to take a step back and just remind everybody why we are doing this work. So New Zealand's biodiversity is incredibly special. Because of our geographic isolation and unique geology, we have a huge proportion of endemic species that are not found anywhere else in the world. Unfortunately, a huge proportion of these are threatened or at risk of extinction. 94% of all our reptile species, 82% of all our birds, 76% of our freshwater fish. And I really want to draw your attention to that grey bit of these graphs, which is the data deficient species. So these are species that we don't understand well enough. We can't accurately assess how threatened they are. And the reality is that for most of these species, they would also be classified as threatened. So the numbers are even worse if we had that information. Our programs help protect habitat for some of these species. So this very cute little guy, a pika tauroa, a long-tailed bat, they are found in a lot of our sites, and in fact across a massive amount of the Hawke's Bay region. And predator control, the work some of our community groups, is so important for these guys, as well as the possum work funded through the Possum Control Area Program. I also wanted to highlight that although historically we've lost a lot of our biodiversity, especially in terms of vegetation cover, unfortunately we are continuing to lose it. The graph on the left is the whole of New Zealand, it's not just Hawke's Bay, and the axis doesn't start at zero, so it's not that we've run out of all of our wetlands, but we continue to lose wetlands. That's over 6,000 hectares across the country that have been lost, and that's only what's been picked up by this monitoring. The picture on the right is unfortunately quite a common sight across rural Hawke's Bay, particularly where farmland is being converted to forestry and the regenerating scrub is just being blanket sprayed. As well as this direct clearance, we obviously have the canopy collapse that is affecting some of our really high value sites, which is contributing to further loss. When we lose these areas, we're not just losing places and species that are nice to look at, but we are losing critical parts of the whole Earth system. This is a really complicated diagram. I don't feel like you have to actually look at it all in detail, but it kind of underscores that ecosystems are really complicated, and so is the role they play in our economy. Without ecosystem services like pollination, we wouldn't have food. Humanity needs biodiversity to survive. Healthy functioning biodiversity also provides a solution to many of our regional challenges that everybody has been talking about in great detail today. Things like water security, flood mitigation, erosion control, water quality, the list goes on. The answer is there. It just needs a rev up. Work from Canterbury that, again, there's a lot of detail in the paper, quantified the ecosystem services produced by the remaining Indigenous vegetation, and that was costed us $16.6 billion every year. You know, imagine if the council had that kind of money. These ecosystems are doing our work for us. So the loss of these ecosystems and the services they provide threatens our very existence. Biodiversity is not just a nice to have, it is absolutely essential for our future. I'm not going to go into this in detail either, but we also have a huge amount of statutory requirements to maintain Indigenous biodiversity. The RMA, the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, wetland protection and restoration is mandated under the NPSFM. Te Mana o Te Taio sets out how we should be working together to maintain biodiversity. The Hawke's Bay Biodiversity Strategy, which was developed in partnership with the community, aims to have important biodiversity habitats and populations of native species enhanced, healthy and functioning. And our very own strategic plan has biodiversity as one of our 4 key focus areas. So I'm just going to finish off with some of the challenges our team faces and some of the key next steps for us. So the biggest challenge of all is continued biodiversity decline. These photos up on the screen are photo point monitoring from a QE2 covenant, again an area that is legally protected, but feral deer are causing a total absence of understory, and over time this site is likely to be lost or entirely dominated with unpalatable species like Horapito. The demand for support for these kind of areas is huge. We've got 51 projects in our kind of pipeline of things we'd love to do but don't have the funds for. We can't do this work alone. As I said earlier, we're part of a whole ecosystem of people out there doing incredible stuff, but we also can't expect the community to just pick it up and do it for us. We've heard, they talked about some of the challenges today of admin and some of the things that we can support with, and some of the projects, those predator control ones, we already are. And there, in terms of funding, there are a lot of other opportunities that pop up, but these don't necessarily have the same objectives that we do. A really key example of this is the amazing Hawke's Bay Nature Fund, which is such an incredible, generous bequest that has been received to DOC, but it is being administered by DOC Hawke's Bay, whose administrative boundary stops at the Waikari River, and so the entire Wairoa district will not qualify for that fund. Speaking to DOC this morning, their comment as well was everybody's resourcing is limited. So collaboration is truly the key to making really meaningful change for our region's biodiversity and genuinely watching the dial. The key next steps for us are focusing on maintenance. We really want to secure the gains we've made and make sure Council's investment is used wisely. We've developed a 30-year plan to help us do this and help us understand the need for maintenance versus new opportunities that come up. We're really looking forward to the first remeasure as part of our outcome monitoring program next year. Up until now, we've only had baseline data. And I did want to highlight too, I heard Councillor Curtin's question earlier today, that although we're not measuring the understory and kind of sediment impacts through that program, there's a huge amount of literature nationally, and the absence of understory is having a big impact on sediment, which ends up in waterways, bulk density, a lot of soil quality parameters, not so much on carbon stocks, because most of the carbon's in big trees, but as we lose those big trees and they are not replaced because of browse, that is where our carbon stocks are really impacted. We'll continue to work collaboratively with a huge range of other people, and we just wanted to emphasise too that a lot of our work is not actually project delivery. We're part of a lot of projects where we're not the ones delivering the key outcome, but we're hopefully guiding them to having good outcomes, connecting them up with people, and making the most of all our limited resources across the region. We believe the work we do does make a difference. We see this in the landowners we work with and the passion they have for these areas on their farms and the pride they take in the work that is being done. We see this in the discovery of new species that weren't present before browsers were excluded from these sites, and we see this in the dedication of the community and all the people we work with. And I just wanted to end with a quote by the iconic Sir David Attenborough. I do truly believe that together we can create a better future. I might not be here to see it, but if we can make the right decisions at this critical moment, we can safeguard our planet's ecosystems, its extraordinary biodiversity, and all its inhabitants. What happens next is up to every one of us.
Dora, thank you. What a fantastic presentation.
Thank you.
Fantastic paper and then a fantastic presentation. And just to acknowledge, you may not have realised that Natalie here is who's Heidi's referring to. Natalie has been doing all this work alongside Heidi for the Predator Free. For example, talking about how we can support community. Annabelle's been out at Waimarama with us and created an environmental plan for our community to take charge of, to do the work, but we're using her expertise and knowledge to build the sort of work we need to do. And acknowledging, of course, Debbie Monaghan, if you don't know her, who's our General Manager of Biodiversity, Hawke's Bay. So they're really strong teams working exactly in the way that we're talking about, the way we want to work in the future. So it was brilliant. Thank you. Councillor Rodley.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Could I, question for you, Nick, please. Could we ensure that these ladies are part of the induction of new councillors as they come forward? Because I don't think it's actually really well understood the impact of biodiversity across all our work streams and the importance that it does play in the work that we do. And I think it kind of is assumed, but maybe it needs to be put more in front.
Yep, happy to.
Thank you. Great to hear the communities that you work with and how important that is, and that it so speaks to the way that we want to work in, through our effectiveness and efficiency review, where we're framing the council to work in this way. So really appreciate that. And goodness, doesn't it I keep hearing all day, it keeps coming into my mind about the importance of catchment groups, where they are, the role that they play, and the piece in my mind is where they're not. And we've got a big job ahead to enable those. Thanks, ladies.
So Curtin?
If I'm more than happy to move, Madam Chair, if there are no more questions on the table.
Happy to move. A seconder? Thank you, Chair Ormsby.
Can I?
Yes, absolutely, and then we can take some comments. Yeah,
sure. Yeah. Look, thank you so much, and I'm a bit of a slow learner. It's sort of taken me 20 years to work it out, really, because I think biodiversity is the apex priority, and you would have heard me meandering off into sediment, etc. I'm just trying to land, what is our highest priority strategy here, and what should be the guiding principles that we land on, because we've got so limited resource and we want to have the biggest impact we can. So I'm sort of torn between shooting deer, shooting rabbits, planting trees, but potentially it's fencing these places off, stopping the sedimentation at source, storing carbon, but at the top of that tree, so excuse that pun, is this drive and impulse around biodiversity, because to me that is the most important thing we do, and I'm just looking for ways of supporting that that also meets our very very strong demand or desire around sedimentation and managing our land better. So, and I think I have landed on that. Might take 3 more terms to sort of settle that down. So thank you for your work. Greatly appreciated, and greatly admire the passion you bring to the table. Well done.
Thank you, ladies. I'm not going to repeat what my learned councillor here has said. Support everything you have said, but I'd like to add that collaboration and partnerships are so important. And, you left with that in such a beautiful paper, actually, to leave EICC on. So thank you so much. Thank you for all the hard mahi that you do, and really happy to endorse the paper. Thank you.
A comment, Michelle, online. Would you like to make a comment?
Kia ora, I'm just looking at your annual plan for 2025-26, and it prioritises erosion control. So I think you already have the answer there. I suppose my question is, one of these programs, the Hawke's Bay Nature Fund, and then you've got a priority area, and the northern part of the catchment isn't included because of the dock boundaries. That doesn't seem equitable, really. I'm just wondering how you're thinking we can improve that, because you're getting that money from DOC. We're under Tairāwhiti in the northern area, so what's stopping collaboration for there. It's because as I saying, we're in Hawke's Bay. It's just that we're on that dock boundary. So, don't accept it on behalf of the northern part of Hawke's Bay.
Kia ora, Michelle. Just to be clear, we don't receive that money, so it's not Hawke's Bay Regional Council money. It's a dock.
Do we contribute to this though? Do we contribute to the biodiversity Hawke's Bay?
It was a bequest that was left to DOC, and people can apply to that fund through someone else. Eastern Central now. So we don't have any control over that. I think Annabelle was just flagging it was such a disappointment for us as a regional council that we can't support groups towards that fund. So totally agree with that's a real shame. Yeah.
But do we support biodiversity Hawke's Bay ratepayers?
Here we do. Yes, we do. But that's
ratepayers do, so it's still inequitable.
It's like the DOC funding.
Ratepayers, all ratepayers pay. It's not targeted. It's not targeted for Napier and Hastings. It's all of Hawke's Bay. So yeah, still have a point.
Next time you're down, we'll catch up a little bit more about that. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, and just leading on from that, I'm really feeling the absence of Councillor Williams because this is sort of his passion project, and I can just tell you, I've got his words echoing in my ear.
Here he is.
Is he coming?
Shall we let him?
There he is.
I think you've heard it all from me before. I totally agree.
So much better to have you here in person, Martin. Look, and we have angst, he has angsted, and we have angsted about the financial constraints post-cyclone and cost of living, and that constraining us from doing as much new work in biodiversity as we'd like to do. And where we've landed essentially is keeping going what we are currently doing and having a small window of financial opportunity to do a few extra bits and pieces. And so we angst about $50,000 to $60,000 going to biodiversity Hawke's Bay. But isn't it wonderful that we've got now the Hawke's Bay Nature Fund doing $500,000 a year? Mm-hmm. So to me, and if you look at the criteria, that does seem to be fairly and squarely around predator control, planting. So I think there's an opportunity there to just, and I'm sure we're doing this, but to be smart and focused about how we work in with that. And that's our, so actually there's a net benefit, and that's a wonderful, actually puts us probably in a stronger space than we were before the cyclone, in fact, but there's a lot more work to do post-cyclone.
Our team are frantically working on a whole range of funding applications, I can assure you. And we are also collaborating closely with DOC and particularly Mana Ahuriri and Mangahururu Tangatu Trust because they're in the area for this current funding round. But I guess I really just want to emphasise back to Michelle's point that if we want to change the story for biodiversity in Hawke's Bay, that's only going to take us up to the Waikari River. And it's an awesome opportunity for that slither of Hawke's Bay, but it doesn't address the rest.
Yeah, so that's for the next 3 years, that particular sliver, and to give Michelle a little bit of confidence. We can refocus our own efforts outside of that area, and offset, based on regional priorities.
Of course we can. Thank you, Councillor Williams. I think you should say something. Even though your hand's not up.
He's asleep.
You need to move close to the microphone.
It's my favourite subject, and I wish we could have prioritised biodiversity a lot more. But everything I've heard today from Heidi, and what's happening at Cape Sanctuary, and the good work that we're supporting through biodiversity Hawke's Bay and the targeted catchment works, and it just all underscores the need for us to become that council without walls that we've talked about in the efficiency and effectiveness review to provide a coordinating framework, enable and support people to do that work on the ground. I'm with Councillor Curtin, and I got that from David Attenborough's book as well, which I think I heard quoted. Biodiversity is the apex issue. You get that right, you'll sort sediment and deal with climate change. So, yeah, I just wish this was our number one priority. But at the moment, we seem to have necessarily pivoted to climate adaptation, but that's essentially just chasing your tail at the end of the day. So thank you for letting me have a little bit of a ramble. I'm a bit, I'm not sure what after yesterday, so sorry. Thank you.
Okay, we have a mover and a seconder to receive the report. Any other comments? No? All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Carried. Thank you again. It's the end of the Traineum, end of EICC. Who knows what next year will bring? Thank you all so much. What a fantastic committee. Thank you for your attention, concentration and deep interest in this work, which is so important to this council. It's just been such a pleasure. I think Nick's going to wind us up.
Could I just say a huge thank you to you, Councillor Sears, for chairing EICC through the Traineum and for your guidance and support to the organisation in doing that, and to the elected members who've sat around the table over this 3 years. So thank you very much indeed from the organisation.
Such a pleasure. We're going to finish on karakia. Councillor Roden, lead us off.
Kia ora. Kia tauna mana ki tangata te mea o. Ki runga ki tēnā ki tēnā o tātou. Kia mahi e te huama kihikihi. Kia toi te kuku, toi te mana, toi te aroha, toi te reo Māori. Kia tūturu, ka whakamaunga, kia tīna, hui e, tai e. Kia ora.